to be a bit punctual, so I think we'll start even if there are a few people still coming in. So I'd like to warmly welcome you to this seminar on rethinking climate change support in violent conflict affected states. I'm Helene Maria Kyed, here from the Danish Institute for International Studies, a senior researcher. I'm co-organizing this seminar together with my colleague Justine Chambers, who you will see perform here on the stage very shortly. And I want to welcome, of course, you who have come physically here, but I also know that there's a very large online audience, at least from the people who have signed up. We can't see who they are because it's live streaming, but warmly welcome to you as well. And of course, warmly welcome to our distinguished panelists. They will be introduced later by Justine as we kick off the first panel. And there's also panelists coming for the afternoon sessions. I'll just say a little bit about the purpose of this seminar and why we're doing it here at DIIS today and at this time. And then I'll also go through the program later and say a little bit about what this seminar is connected to, what kinds of projects the seminar is connected to. So the purpose today is to address a pressing and indeed important gap on the international scene and in terms of global climate financing that's also affecting international support to climate change in general and other kinds of interventions across areas affected by violent conflict. And that's namely the sort of paradox or dilemma that we know from research, we know from people operating on the ground, that contexts affected by violent conflict are the most vulnerable to climate change, and certainly populations within these areas are amongst the most vulnerable to climate change, but these contexts receive an extremely low share of the global climate financing. So that's an issue that we really want to discuss. Why is this? Why are there these gaps? And also what can we do about it? The gap in funding exists despite the fact that most UN membership states now recognize that there is a linkage, or multiple linkages, in fact, between conflict and climate change. And this has also been confirmed by various pieces of research and also by emerging policy studies. In 2021, the IPCC, the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, warned that the impacts of climate change is going to be affecting disproportionately poor and conflict-affected states. And although research has shown by now that there's no sort of like causal linkages between climate change and conflict, so climate change doesn't per se create violent conflict, we know that climate change does create additional risks for peace building and security. And we also know that when climate change impacts interact with other sociopolitical and other triggers of conflict, this can further deepen instability in areas that are either prone to violent conflict or where violent conflicts are already existing. And these triggers, of course, are linked to straight fragility, to different forms of inequality, poverty, and so forth. On the other hand, we also know from research, and this is some of the stuff that Justine and I are working on, that violent conflict also increase populations' vulnerabilities to climate change. So ongoing violent conflict reduces people's ability to adapt and to cope to climate change. It also destroys the different kinds of assets that normally would facilitate climate change adaptation. And evidence also shows that violent conflict, and indeed the kinds of war economies that we see around violent conflicts, cause environmental damages that threaten sustainable land use and fragile ecosystems, which also in the long term can push or worsen the climate crisis in these kinds of contexts where violent conflict and state fragility are ongoing. We also know, and we'll come back to that also in the focus on Myanmar and Somalia later in the afternoon sessions, that violent conflict in itself also often stalls ongoing international efforts to assist countries with adaptation and mitigation in terms of climate change. So in that sense, there's also a direct effect of violent conflict in terms of actually reducing the efforts. And this, of course, is also going to be a topic we're talking about today in terms of the finance flows to these areas. So violent conflict in itself also hampers that. And finally, and that's something that Justine and I are also working on in our project on Myanmar, is also that what we call the politics of climate change tends to become even more intensified in violent conflict contexts. So politics of climate change is like the discourses, practices, and politics that are done in the name of climate change, where both repressive regimes may appropriate environmental conservation and climate change to further repress or dispossess populations, but also where climate change, perhaps in more positive ways, can also be a tool of a resistance to repressive regimes. But these kinds of politics and tensions tend to be sort of augmented in context with violent conflict. They're not absent in others, of course, but here they tend to be more tense. So there has been increased attention, especially as we're speaking now, but also over the past few years, to these multiple linkages between climate change and conflict, and also to the problem of the lack of funding and the operational challenges associated with actually aiding climate change or securing climate change support to areas that are affected by violent conflict. Since 2018, the UN Climate Security Mechanism, which is a joint initiative between the UNDP and UNEP, has provided support for regional organizations, for UN member states and different UN bodies to better understand these kinds of linkages. And also at the COPs, even though it's still not the most sort of high-profile topic, we've seen, at least since the COP 27 in 2022, with the presidency's Climate Responses for Sustaining Peace initiative, also at the COPs that this topic has become more sort of on the agenda. And of course also at the last COP28 in 2023, the parties to the COP were also urged to make much stronger commitments to financing climate action in fragile and conflict-affected states. And this was, amongst other things, supported by a declaration on climate relief, recovery and peace that was signed by 91 UN member states, including our own country, Denmark, which also made calls for making substantial changes to the international financial architecture to enable more funding for these contexts. And it also argued, and this is something we will also address at this seminar, how funds can be more directly channeled to local organizations, and also argue for a stronger focus on the potential peace dividends of these climate change actions in conflict-affected areas. The UN New Agenda for Peace also highlights the climate, peace and security agenda, and we know that several countries, Ireland, Brazil, Norway, Sweden and others have also tried to bring it up as a topic in the UN Security Council. And Denmark, which is a candidate for the UN Security Council, one of the elected memberships, the voting will be on the 6th of June. We are highly expecting to become part. Actually also has climate security or climate peace and security as one of its 3 topical areas in addition to the cross-cutting issue. So things are moving. There's a lot of policy attention. There's increased political commitment and recognition of this paradox that I outlined in the beginning. But on the ground, it's really lagging behind. And there are a lot of challenges and a lot of issues that still needs to be discussed on how actually to move forward with this agenda. And we are very happy that we have some clever people in the room today, and I'm sure there will also be people in the audience and online who would be able to contribute and ask critical questions on how to move forward with this. So our invited panelists today will address the ways we can try to rethink global climate financing models, how we can better address the call for more interagency coordination, because it does require that different agencies work together on this topic. Also how we can better include peace building and into these kinds of actions. We will also try to address and discuss what are actually the underlying reasons for the current gaps in climate financing to conflict-affected areas, what role the UN and the UN Security Council can play in advancing this agenda. And finally, we will also try to play special attention to how the localization agenda, which is become quite dominant also within humanitarian aid and development aid in general, and climate change support also outside of conflict-affected states, can be strengthened in these areas, including support to civil society organizations and indigenous peoples organizations. And we will also take up the topic of how do we actually operate in areas that are not controlled by the central state, whether this is a legitimate or a non-legitimate central state, but that are in many cases controlled by non-state armed groups or a mixture of non-state armed groups and different forms of resistance groups or local organizations, because that is one of the challenges that needs to be discussed for moving forward on this agenda. And before we move to the panel, I just want to mention that this seminar today is part of what we call the DIIS UN Peace and Security Studies, which are funded by and also done partly for, but independent research, of course, for the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, connected to the Danish candidacy for the UN Security Council. And apart from studies focused on climate, peace and security, there's also a number of really interesting studies on women, peace and security, on peace operations, and different other topics that are significant to the Danish candidacy. And we have a website if you're interested to see what else we've been doing. It's also connected to a project that Justine Chambers and I are deeply embedded in, funded by the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs as well, but an independent development research project called My Climate, where we focus on the climate conflict nexus in the context of Myanmar after the military coup. And finally, and Justine will present some of the findings from this, we have also done a study across different kinds of Danish development research projects done by Danish and Global South researchers on how climate and conflict figures in Danish development research and how it can contribute to this agenda. And after lunch, Justine will share some of the results from that, and there are also copies of the policy brief here. So the program, we have now, after I stop talking, we have panel 1, which is on climate finance to conflict-affected areas, challenges and possibilities, which cuts, it's not country specific, but it sort of takes the broader lines of discussion that I mentioned earlier. Justine will present the panelists in a moment. Then we will have 45 minutes of Q&A and discussion, and we will begin with questions from people who are physically present in the room, and then we will try our best to also include questions from the online participants. You have been sent a link to Slido where you are able to post your questions, and then the moderator Justine will read up your questions for the panelists. Of course, we can't guarantee that we can address all the questions depending on the time. Then we will have a lunch, a sandwich lunch, and the online participants can have a little break from the screen. After lunch, we will zoom in on 2 of the most climate vulnerable countries in the world that are also extensively affected by violent conflict and that also have large tracts of territory that are not controlled by the central state, which are Myanmar and Somalia. And we have some really strong panelists who will be speaking at these 2 sessions. At the end, we will gather all the panelists, including the people from panel 1, and have like a more general discussion at the end. And without further ado, thank you for being here. And I will now give the word to Justine Chambers, who will be introducing the panel and chairing and moderating the panel and the Q&A. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I just want to reiterate my thanks for everyone being here and also to everyone online as well. We have a really great panel to start today's discussion on this really incredibly important topic, a topic that we think doesn't get enough attention. So today, we are going to run a session where our 4 speakers will speak for about 10 minutes each, and then we're going to have a Q&A session, as Helena said. So first up, we have Catherine Wong, who is the team leader on climate and security risk under the UNDP. She has more than 15 years experience working on climate change and environment at headquarters and in the field, and is a policy specialist in climate and security risk. And she will be talking from the perspective of UN bodies, what she sees as the key challenges in the global finance architecture to make climate finance work for conflict-affected contexts, and how these can actually be addressed. And she'll also be looking at what specific role could the UN organisations play in sort of facilitating these changes. After that, we have Harriet McHale-Hill, and she is the Climate and Peace Advocacy Advisor at International Alert. She is responsible for leading International Alert's work on climate and conflict, advocating for the urgent need for a conflict-sensitive lens to be applied to climate action and finance. And she will be talking from the perspective of the peacebuilding sector. How could climate finance better fit the challenges of conflict-affected contexts? What are the possibilities for localisation? And how can bilateral donors, multilateral banks and financial institutions actually adjust to these contexts? Then we will have Florian Kramp, who is the director of the CIPRI Climate Change and Risk Programme. His work bridges academia and policy and focus on the foundations of peace and security, especially in the processes of building peace after armed conflict in regions highly exposed to climate change. He also leads the CIPRI team that, together with NUPI, produces really fantastic fact sheets on climate security dynamics, and they've actually just released one on Myanmar, so I recommend anyone who's interested to read those. But they produce these fact sheets on other countries as well, and these are really used to inform various international agencies, governments, and the UN Security Council as well. And Florian will be talking about what is and could be the role of the UN peace and security actors in scaling up and implementing climate change actions in conflict-affected states. How can peace building be integrated into climate change financing, and what specific mandate should the UN Security Council in particular have in this field? And then finally, we have my colleague Helene Maria Kyed, who is a senior researcher here at DIIS, and she has spent more than 20 years working in the field of peace and conflict, focusing particularly on the role of non-state actors and armed groups in justice provision, policing, and recently on this project we're working on together on environmental protection and climate change. And she will be highlighting findings from a policy brief that we published together, and we'll discuss what climate funding setup could work at the global scale, bringing together different peace, security, humanitarian and development agencies. How can localisation work in conflict contexts, and how is it possible to operate, in particular in areas controlled by non-state armed groups? So I will hand it over to Catherine to begin the conversation.
Hi, good morning all. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be part of this panel. I hope you can hear me well. So this is the $100 billion question, right, that we're all talking about here. So we started as okay, better, right? Okay. So we started as UNDP and the Climate Security Mechanism about 5 years ago, now back in 2019, and over the period of about one to 2 years, we looked at $14 billion of climate finance implemented in 156 countries, including 50 countries that were affected by conflict and fragility. And we had lots of really interesting findings, I think, from that process. And what I'd love to do today, and we have, I think we have like 10 minutes each or something to share some 50 minutes. Oh, great, perfect. So we have 15 minutes each to share some findings. What I'd do, first of all, is share four kind of key lessons learnt from that overall process, and then also try to offer some insights into the work that we're doing as the UN, again, to try to strengthen access to climate finance by conflict-affected and fragile contexts. So I think one of the first lessons learned that we had from this overall process, and again, understanding, as was mentioned at the very beginning, we're talking about countries that are most affected by conflict and fragility. At the same time, who are also most vulnerable to climate change and suffer the lowest levels of access to climate finance. I think one of the first challenges that we uncovered is looking at climate finance in isolation from its broader institutional setting. And this is really important because when you look at global climate governance, for example, when you look at the Paris Agreement, if you look at the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change or the Kyoto Protocol that came before it, what you'll see is that there's no inherent understanding of conflict or fragility or peace or security within the climate change negotiations, and not within any of the Rio Conventions actually, except for the Convention on Biodiversity. So this is a huge gap, right? We have quite, and I'm going to be a bit simplistic here, but we do have a very kind of simplified understanding of the kind of mechanisms of those most affected by climate and those, again, who are responsible for providing climate finance to these countries. And so, and again, I'm very much simplifying here, but we have countries that are advanced in terms of their economies, so developed countries who are responsible for the bulk of anthropogenic climate change. They're responsible for climate change, and then on the other hand, and these are largely advanced economies, right? Then we have low-income countries that bear the burden of the impacts on climate change. And according to the logic of global climate governance, those countries which are responsible for climate change, they bear the burden of providing climate finance to those who are most affected. The reality is that it's not that simple, particularly when we're talking about conflict, right? Because conflict cuts across all income levels. So the countries that are most affected by conflict not include low-income countries, but also middle-income countries around the world, and also high-income countries in the Middle East. So when we're talking about conflict, we really need to make sure that not only climate finance, but also broader climate governance, adaptation, mitigation, technology capacity development, so on, are also taking into account climate conflict at the same time, to make sure that we are directing climate finance to where it's needed most, right? Understanding that climate finance is an instrument of climate policy, and the purpose of climate policy is to create an enabling environment to direct climate finance to where it's needed most. So I think this would be the first takeaway as well, to really think about overall context and make sure that it's not just climate finance, but global climate governance that's working more effectively for conflict-affected and fragile contexts. The second takeaway is related to conflict sensitivity. So according to the Global Environmental Facility's independent evaluation of its entire portfolio, so not only looking at climate, but also international waters, when we're talking about climate, looking at mitigation, but also adaptation, what the GEF finds is that violent conflict is the #1 cause of postponement of all initiatives, right? So again, climate, environment, water, chemicals, waste. #1 cause of postponement of entire projects. #1 cause of delays in implementation, and then also statistically relevant, and again, a very important factor in terms of poor final term evaluations. So there is a direct need and a direct link to look at conflict when we are designing and implementing our climate initiatives as well. But I think I would also argue at the same time, conflict sensitivity is important in terms of design and implementation. But if we're talking about maximising access to climate finance and allocation, then we really need to think about our policy priorities at the same time as well. And then in addition to that, risk tolerance, making sure that we take greater risks when we're implementing climate finance, because it's not just countries that are most conflict affected that receive the lowest levels of access to climate finance. Within those same countries, more stable regions will receive more access. So there's a gap, not only at a global level and a regional level, but also at a sub-regional level too as well. So, if we're looking at our current implementation, and last year we broke through 1.5 degrees of global climate change above pre-industrial levels, right? And this year we're on track to witness one of the hottest years on record, and we see the same trend year upon year. What we're seeing here is that still in a kind of relatively low emission scenario, we're not doing enough to reach conflict affected and fragile contexts. And in a high emission scenario, we're going to have to do a lot more than we're doing right now. So that means we will need to take more risks. We will need to be working in more insecure regions, and we will need to be able to also take on board additional costs and not necessarily be looking for these so-called low-hanging fruit. We will have to try to do what we're doing differently and make sure that we are not only being more effective in terms of amounts, but also not in terms of quantity, but also quality. I think a third, one of my own takeaways is also related to adaptation versus mitigation financing, and this is really important. A lot of the times, we're looking at adaptation at a micro level, at local context, but when we look at an aggregated level, if you look at global climate finance average over 2021 and 2022, what you'll see is at a global level, climate finance reached $1.27 trillion on average in 2021 and 2022, and mitigation finance comprised $1.1 trillion of that amount. So what does that mean? That means that if we're not looking at mitigation financing, we're missing huge opportunities. With mitigation financing, it's not just about energy transition. We also have challenges related to REDD, for example, so reduction of emissions from deforestation and degradation of forestry resources, challenges of carbon financing at local level. With forestry resources, there's also challenges related to indigenous people and their access to land at the same time. So a lot of these issues relating to conflict can also be exacerbated by mitigation finance. So, the third takeaway I think from research is really to look not only at adaptation financing as it relates to peace and security, but also mitigation financing. In terms of our fourth takeaway, I think a lot of the times there's perhaps a misunderstanding that we can use climate finance for peace building. And without getting too technical here, obviously, climate finance needs to be conflict sensitive, right? But ultimately, climate finance is implemented according to what we call a climate rationale. So that's either adaptation or mitigation. And there are metrics here that need to be achieved. There are definitions, there are methodologies that are in place. And so there's a challenge to be able to develop projects which meet these primary goals and rationales in terms of adaptation or mitigation. But what we can do at the same time is make sure that we are maximizing co-benefits. So this could be for sustainable development, it could be for gender, for example, or here for peace building. And we can't underestimate the value of co-benefits. If I give you a quick example, if you look at the health co-benefits of GHG emission reduction, so related to lung cancer, related to emphysema, IPCC shows, for example, that if we're able to get to net zero, if we're able to keep global warming to 1.5 degrees by 2050, we can avoid 150 million premature deaths by the turn of the century. So there's a huge co-benefit in terms of health benefits by getting to net zero, right? So it's not just an environmental argument here that we're talking about. And if we look at peace co-benefits in the same way, or again, gender or sustainable development, all these benefits are mutually reinforcing, and they could be powerful arguments for taking action in the right context. So that's just kind of in a quick nutshell some of our findings from our research. And then in terms of the UN's work in this space, I think the work of the climate security mechanism has been really important for developing a universal approach to the analysis of climate-related security risks. So we have a conceptual approach and toolbox that we have been working to train analysts on, and so far we've trained about 800 different analysts in different field mission contexts. The second, I think, area that we've been able to advance as the UN has been deployment of climate peace and security advisors. So not only to mission contexts, and you'll hear more about that in this session as well, but also to regional hubs. So we cover all global regions in terms of our work. Last year we were able to respond to 41 requests from 31 countries, backstopping a new portfolio of about $120 million in climate and peace building financing, trying to find the synergies between the both, making sure that we are delivering action on the ground. And then, again, to try to help strengthen climate governance, to strengthen policy and financing, we have an academy where we train directly policymakers, negotiators from national delegations, representatives from regional organisations, again with a view to helping strengthen their understanding and capacities amongst key decision and policymakers about the Peace Code benefits of climate finance. Just to wrap up very quickly, I think there's there are still so many questions about this topic, and people ask, what can we really do? What can we do here? There's so much frustration around the international negotiations and about what has been achieved. But if you look back to 30 years ago, if you look back at the very beginning, there was no understanding even of gender as it relates to the international negotiations. Many of the negotiators at the time didn't understand the gendered impacts of climate change. But if you look back, for example, in 2012, you'll see the GEF evaluation of its gender performance across its portfolio, and it finds that 64% of its portfolio did not consider gender, 64% gender blind. 8 years later, with the implementation of the gender policy, they've been able to get down to 1.5%. So that's an incredible track record on gender. The same for adaptation. Adaptation was only put on an even footing with mitigation back in 2009, right? So at the very beginning, again, no understanding of adaptation. Another very big win, loss and damage. So I think there's lots of examples of precedents here that we can follow and experience within the international negotiations, so we can see how they've evolved over the years to tackle some of these issues. And arguably, if we look at the progress from COP27 and COP28, I think the bar's been set high, and we really hope that we can continue to support this progress moving forward.
Thanks so much, Catherine. I think that was like really great start to some of these complex and difficult issues that we're thinking about today. If anyone does have questions, please just write them down because we'll have Q&A afterwards. But next up, we have Harriet.
Thanks a lot, Justine. So many thanks for the invitation. It's really great to be here. Can you hear me? I think I have unmuted myself. All right. Cool. Thanks. So I come from International Alert. I'll just say a couple of words about what we do. So we're a peacebuilding organization, and we have about 30 years experience in bringing people together to tackle the root causes of conflict. We work across about 16 countries, and one of our flagship projects is really looking at the links between, or the impact of climate on conflict. And the results of these projects we try and bring into our global advocacy, which is where I step in. So I always like to give a couple of figures when talking about this topic, so that we're all on the same page and that we can really see why it's urgent that we act, and that we see more implementation going forward. So I think it's important to know that out of 70% of countries that are most vulnerable to climate, a lot of them are either in a situation of conflict or at risk of being in conflict. A lot of those countries are situated in Africa. And I think it's good to know a little bit, like what Catherine was mentioning, is that they represent only 4% of global emissions. So I think we're also looking here at, although a very complex element, a little bit of an element of climate justice, of historical responsibility. Obviously, these countries have very little chance of adapting or mitigating the effects of climate change if they are in a situation of conflict, and furthermore, protecting the precious natural resources that our planet so much needs. So the impacts of climate are worsening. So as Catherine was saying, we've gone past the 1.5 limit. The conflict is still raging. And I think it's very important to understand here that it very much is a two-way street. So conflict is worsening and slowing down the progress of climate and climate action, and on the other side, conflict is exacerbating conflict. But it's not all bad. I think it's good to mention that there is a lot of momentum going on this topic, be it from a very international level or from a donor government level. I mean, I've only been on this topic for about 3 years, and only in 3 years the difference is huge. I mean, Catherine was talking about 30 years. I wasn't around then, but only in 3 years the progress that we've seen is enormous. And we're here today. We know that Denmark, for example, also wants to move forward on this topic, and I think a lot of donor governments are going to follow suit. Just to mention a couple of elements. So indeed, it started at COP27 with the CRISP initiative, and it was followed up at COP28 with the first peace day ever to take place. With that came the declaration. And also something that I would like to mention is that the wording of conflict sensitivity was actually mentioned up until the penultimate draft of the global stocktake last year. And then it was obviously taken out. But I think it's the fact that it was there up until that very before final draft, I think really shows the momentum and the awareness raising that is taking place on this topic. And I'd also just like to say that so there is very little understanding of conflict sensitivity within the climate sector, but it was the same. And I think we've heard from climate negotiators that the topic of climate sensitivity, conflict sensitivity, has no space at all in the UNFCCC negotiations. But the same thing was said about nature-based solutions not so long ago, and look where we are now with that. So I think we need to push forward and come together. Just around the declaration briefly, I think it's a great step forward. However, I think so obviously it's non-binding. So I think now we really need to use it as a policy vehicle, really use it as our step in the door, and make sure that there is a legacy to this document, that makes sure that it is just the beginning of a conversation and that it's not just shelved and think, oh great, that was a great achievement at COP28. So we need to have some accountability of those that sign that, and some concrete collective action going forward that the signatories could sign up to. So how could climate finance better fit these contexts? I think it'd be great for this to be seen as an opportunity. Yes, it's massively challenging. It's all doom and gloom. These countries are in a very bad situation. They're affected by the double burden of conflict and climate. But I think there is a massive opportunity here. So we spoke a little bit about co-benefits and the fact that it's very much a two-way street. I think including a peace-building approach to climate finance in fragile situations could only make it better, in the sense it will allow for a more successful climate project, and it will allow to spread climate finance far wider to countries and territories where it is not reaching right now. And in that sense, it can really help build a sustainable peace and more resilient economies. But for this, obviously, we need to move away from a blueprint where one fits all, which is what we've been using up until now. So we need to have an overhaul of the current climate finance architecture. It's no easy task. I think a lot of policy researchers are currently, spending nights and days on it. But I think we really are at that stage where we need to move forward. And I think for climate finance to support peace, I think there are a couple of preconditions that need to be looked at. So I think first, the projects really need to understand the social context and the conflict dynamics. So we are gaining awareness around conflict sensitivity. However, I think we're still very far from conflict sensitivity being mainstreamed. Having a conflict-sensitive approach or a peace-building approach, if people do not like the word conflict sensitivity, which I've already heard, it really allows for actors to better understand what's going on. So the history of the conflict, the groups, the actors, the perspectives, the causes, the trends, and with that in mind, then try to mitigate these when they implement their policies, as to not create or do further damages. And obviously this would involve transforming the life cycle of a project, so being far more flexible in terms of reporting, for example. If we commit, for example, with Ella, if we commit to carrying out a project in such region, if that region is then in a situation of conflict, we need some flexibility in our reporting, and we also need far longer term financing periods in terms of projects. I think as well, I'd then like to just mention, so conflict sensitivity is great, but conflict transformation is even better. So conflict transformation, I think a conflict transformative approach, I think should definitely be used in very high vulnerable situations. I don't know, Niger maybe, or Burkina or Mali, where if the projects don't look at also slightly tackling the root causes of this conflict, that they will fail to have any great degree of impact. And what is conflict transformation? It's really, as I said, looking at these root causes and trying to change the behaviors and the attitudes of the groups that are in conflict. And when we all know that more social cohesion obviously allows for more sustainable use of natural resources and better sharing of these and better management of these. Another element I'd like to mention is the inclusion of local communities. And when I say this, I'd like to stress that I mean it in a respectful and meaningful way. So definitely not a ticking box exercise. And this needs to be done from the very design phase of the project, and not at the end, okay, let's consult with the local community and see what they think. No. So it really means also a delegation of power, delegation of decision making from the very beginning. And this in turn will definitely increase accountability and chances of success of the project, because it will increase ownership, empowerment, and build trust. I think in our projects we've also seen that this allows to, with if time is given by the project, it really allows for us to develop with the receiving communities their own concept of climate change. Now, I think the people that work on climate change, we've read all of our reports, I've been to university and studied this, etc., etc. But it's a very different approach to what people that are actually affected by it directly and that live it every day might have. And I think to avoid this topic being captured by a certain elite, it's really important to have that time also to work on that development of their own concept. Obviously, cross-sectoral approach from the very design of the project. We all love working in silos, and this be from CSO level all the way up to government level. I think this needs to change. So I think government departments need to look at inviting conflict experts within their departments to have these analyses, and for that to be mainstreamed from the very beginning. Because if conflict risks are found in this analysis, instead of moving away from the project and saying, oh, that's far too complicated and risky for us, well, including in the project, even if that is more costly, even if that is more timely, elements that can safeguard these risks. I think we often hear more about quantum of climate finance than we do about quality. We're throwing around the 100 billions, etc., and numbers, and I think that there's often a lack of tangibility of what we're actually talking about, what are the strings attached, and where it actually goes, where it actually ends up. So there are a couple of elements here. I mean, Catherine mentioned a couple of them. We all know what they are, the challenges. So we have a fundamental problem with risk. And I'd like to mention that if we implemented the preconditions that I just mentioned before, this would actually help mitigate the risk or bring the risk down of the project not actually working. And I think it's also important to always consider the difference between a perceived risk and a real risk. Obviously, access to finance is super difficult because of the burdens that we know: accreditation, lack of capacity, the sums being too big. So for that, I think it would be really interesting to see a fast-track access system. I think there's a lot to learn from the humanitarians as well, that are capable of getting sums of money to places that are very difficult very fast. And I think it's really important to look at direct access for NGOs as well. When I mean NGOs, I mean local NGOs. I mean, who better than them to know what they want to be funded and how they want it to be funded. Another thing that I'll just mention is obviously with the link between these settings and debt, the money with the climate finance that we're talking about has to be in the shape of grants. If it's a loan, you're only increasing the possible fragility of the area. And lastly, I think from a peacebuilding perspective, when operating in these volatile situations, we'd really appreciate for dialogue and trust building at the very beginning to actually be included as a deliverable. It's not just something that we hold in one day and then everybody's happy and it's done. It's something that takes time and it takes money and it takes a lot of effort. And we'd really like that to be part of the project. Do I still have time? Cool. So just very briefly, I'd like to mention, to give you a little bit of illustration of all this stuff I've been talking about, a project that we're carrying out in Kenya, whereby we work in two counties. So it's in Turkana and West Pokot. So there are they're historical rivals over conflict of stealing of cattle, pasture, land, water. And due to climate disasters, one of the counties decides to invest into building some houses, some sustainable housing. This sounds great on paper, great initiative. However, they did absolutely no conflict analysis, understanding of the dynamics of the social dynamics, social cohesion going on in this area. So they built the houses smack on the middle on the border between the two counties. And obviously, the community was far too afraid to go and actually live in these houses. So they just remained completely empty. So here it's a loss of money from the part of the county. It could have been, much better invested, and I think it could have served a much better purpose. And the community doesn't benefit at all from something that could have been great. So what we've been doing here is we've brought the administrators and the governors together of these two communities, and to do that we've used the excuse of climate change. They're all very well aware that because of the current drought that is ongoing, crops, for example, have far less time to regenerate and are not regenerating. So they are very much aware that they have to increase their collaboration. And we finally managed to get them talking. Not an easy business, but they can see the advantages of coming together and also making sure that such investments don't happen again, because neither of the two sides of the conflict can actually benefit from it. Just the last couple of words that I'd like to add in conclusion is that obviously everything we've been saying will be costly, and it will be very time consuming. But I think what we need to consider here is the risk of inaction. So. The risk of inaction is, I can tell you, is far higher for the part of from the side of the donors. So yeah, lots of appetite that we need to turn into action and implementation. And I'd just like to add as well that Alert has seen much value in the initiative of really incentivizing this kind of cross-sectoral approach within the projects, but it's only a drop in the ocean to actually have any wide impact. So I think we'd very much like to encourage donors to really adopt this cross-sectoral approach and do many more projects like that. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Harriet. I really loved hearing that last example, because I think as someone who works in a conflict context, there's so many times where you see this gap in the knowledge of local dynamics coming out in failed initiatives, when even if they have the best intentions behind them. So thank you for your discussion. Next up, we have Florian. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the kind introduction, and for having us, and for putting this topic on the agenda, and specifically like the overall title of the seminar, Rethinking. Rethinking is always good. And as a researcher, that is always nice to be, or gives you nice excuses to be provocative or naive, depending on where you want to go. And as you said, I'm the program director for the Climate Change and Risk program at CIPRI, and I want to start actually there. Not to show off how big the team is, but actually most of you will know the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute not for its work on climate change. You will know it for military expenditure, non-proliferation, real hard security issues, like the big things, right? The Climate Change and Risk program is the largest team at CIPRI at the moment, right? And again, I'm not saying that to say how great and big the team is. I'm very proud of them. Nothing would work without them. But actually what I think is the important part here is that the security landscape has changed, right? And also institutions like CIPRI and like DIIS and others, and the UN at large, and overall, we're changing with that, right? And we have to change with that. And we see very much like, everyone brought that already up, but there's no doubt that the double burden of climate change and conflict is increasing the hardship of already highly vulnerable populations. There's very little doubt that the human security risks of today are increasingly becoming the hard security risks of tomorrow. We know that. Climate change doesn't cause, right? It's important to get it straight, but climate change increases the risk of conflict and violence in certain contexts and certain situations. The problem is that it's very hard to predict. It's very hard to see that because the same climate trigger might have completely different outcomes depending where you are and what time you are in a certain place. But overall, we see from the research it increases the risk and the probability that it will increase violence. The interesting flip side with that is it's not only changing the security landscape, but it's also changing what it means to build peace. And I think that is where an important rethinking is happening and where we need to put a lot of attention. And you gave me three nice questions. The first one, so I'll answer all of them in a row and see if I manage to spend 5 minutes on each of them. The first one is the role of the UN peace and security actors in scaling up and implementing climate change support in conflict. And I think here's the important realization, like, if climate change is changing what it means to build peace, the whole UN peace and security architecture also needs to change and needs to adjust to that. And Catherine and the climate security mechanism, you're very much part of that already. That is one of the fundamental changes we see with the climate security mechanism. It's a dedicated body that is looking at the security implications of climate change and bringing them to the forefront, getting out of some of the silos, and enhancing a conversation. But what is more important, just to give you the problem a little bit more, and that is some of the research we have been doing on how climate change is impacting peace operations specifically. A couple of years ago, we looked at UNSOM in Somalia as sort of the first case, and I wasn't interested in the question, does climate change cause conflict or anything like that. What we were interested then was, how does climate change in Somalia impact the mandate of the UN peacebuilding mission? Right? A very concrete focus on the mandate. I was sure we were going to find something, but what really surprised us was that on each part of the mandate, from the state building side to the security sector reform side to the humanitarian side, pretty obvious, obviously, but you find impacts where climate change is actually undermining the mandate of a peace operation, right? Climate change in Somalia has been impacting the mandate of UNSOM, for instance, through impacts on violent extremism or on recruitment opportunities for Al-Shabaab. So your mandate to demobilize, disarm the whole DDR process was actually countered by impacts of climate change because people were displaced. People had to move to improvised urban settlements in Mogadishu or other towns, where the opportunity to be recruited for Al-Shabaab is just opening up, and not just for an economic ground. Right? I just want to emphasize that. So sure, if somebody gives you in that situation €500, that is an incentive to join an armed group. But actually, the loss of identity, if you were a farmer and you lost because of a flooding event or something like that, you lost your livelihood and you lost part of your identity. We see increasingly in Somalia, but also in other cases, that loss of identity is something that an armed group is able to fill. And I think that is really important to keep in mind because it's not just money. Right? It's something else. People are not just economic in that sense, but there's something else. We can't just throw money at the solution and expect that won't happen, right? We need to give them something more. So it's not an insurance question. Like we just get an insurance, so we pay the farmer in that situation. We need to give more, or acknowledge that there is a livelihood and an identity with that. The second part that I found really fascinating and that really worried me as a peace and conflict researcher was the impact it has on peace agreements. And that is something we really didn't have on the radar at all. If you take the city of Baidoa, the UN had facilitated a power sharing agreement, and as we do, we have a power sharing agreement across clan lines and a different division. Well, because of climate change and the conflict, the demographic composition of the town changed, right? Because people came in, other groups came in, all of a sudden, the power sharing agreement, the division you had, doesn't represent the demographics of the city anymore. How do you adjust? How do we transform peace agreements, which on the one hand are stabilizing and creating certainty and maintaining a status quo, how do we make them adaptable and flexible to adjust to a changing environment, a changing climate, and the implications that come with that? I think a question that is really important and we don't have really on the radar. So the UN security, peace and security architecture is actually responding to that. And I think that is a fascinating side. I've been doing this for way too long and focusing the last, since 2016, pretty much on the space around the Security Council. We have come so far. It's ridiculous, right? If you look back, it's actually really fascinating. Like a couple of years ago, we would have sat pretty much alone there, and now we have the CSM. We have 6 climate security advisors in UN field missions, plus 2 incoming ones. We never get the number for UNDP advisors, right? 9 additional ones sort of in the UNDP settings, which is really great. The architecture is adjusting, right? And I think that is something really important. What worries me then again as a researcher, and we just published an article a couple of weeks ago on that, sort of looking at the peace building side, is like, well, in the field, a lot of stuff is happening. The UN and the practitioners and like International Alert also, like there's stuff happening. On the research side, we have actually not come very far. We have not really looked at how climate change is linked to peace building and what the effects are. So there's a lot of space to really look into and move forward. So just to say that there is a role for the UN peace and security architecture, and I think by reality, by being in these contexts, being exposed to these contexts, UN peace and security actors are actually responding to these challenges and taking them into account. A number, just to put that into context, if you look just at the people deployed in UN missions, special political missions and peacekeeping operations, a couple of years ago, we are updating the numbers just now, a couple of years ago, it was 80% that were deployed in areas highly exposed to climate change, right? So if you want or not, you're going to deal with climate change because that's simply the environment you're operating in. And I think that brings a lot of important questions that we need to tackle from getting ready, where the role of the climate security advisor is so crucial. It's sort of a nagging position within a mission of like, have you considered climate change? Have you considered climate change? And all the political people in the mission will be like, oh, I'm already busy, right? And like we've seen that in Mali when we did the research, like peace protection of civilians officers, like, look, I'm busy, like I'm doing protection of civilians. That's like, I have the plate full, and that's correct. But we're actually not adding a new thing with climate change. We're adding a thing that is actually part of the protection of civilians part that you just haven't seen yet why it's part of your work, right? And after half an hour conversations, people are like, oh yeah, actually I'm doing climate change, yeah. Because in the case of Mali, protection of civilians, the violence against civilians is linked to employment in the agricultural sector. Employment in the agricultural sector is related to when the rain season comes, and when the rain season comes is very much impacted by climate change. Flip side of that also shows us that actually it's fairly straightforward to respond. You don't need to know, you don't need to get the IPCC report out, right? You just need to get the basic information on the climate. Essentially, these people need to know there's a connection, and I need to know when the rain season comes, right? Then I can act preventively, which brings me then into the next question: how can peace building be integrated into climate finance? And as I said or premised before, it's a nice opportunity to be provocative and naive, and I want to be consciously naive and provocative with the response. And I'm actually, is that actually the right question? Because one thing that actually concerns me with this climate finance, and I think this climate finance discussion is so important, and Catherine, I mean, you and the CSM, you brought that really on the table, and it hasn't gone away since, right? And that is really important. But sometimes I wonder that if that question of climate finance is actually, because we love our silos, right, is actually a problem. Does it actually generate more money overall, in these contexts. And the worry I have is that it's just a relabeling of ODA for climate. That is not wrong in itself, but the question, what we actually want is more ODA, because the challenge is bigger, right? Or what we want is a more conscious engagement across silos, that the reality in the field a lot of times comes down to funding in the sense of, now this is a climate adaptation project. It's not a development project. It's not a peace building project, right? Because that doesn't work with the financing streams, and we have earmarked that properly. How can a climate adaptation project in Somalia or in Mali or wherever not be a development project, not be a peace building project, right? It is, and it has to be. So I'm wondering, and just want us to think about that, like, is we need to put emphasis on climate finance, and we need to increase, there's no question about that. But in the context of conflict and fragile affected states, is that the right question? Is it the right focus? Or do we actually just need to find ways to get the climate question into the peace building arena more significantly, and that we deal with that factor, that we come to this 3-in-1 ideal effective solution where we can do climate adaptation, peace building and development at the same time, because factually we're doing that, we just pretend we don't. But to go back to the question, and how can we integrate peace building and climate finance? And I just want to take us maybe out of the conflict zone here, because I think from everything we know about the vulnerability and natural resource governance and climate impact and the risks of conflict that are entailed with that, I think one important factor here is in non-conflict settings that climate finance can be a tool for resilience building, societal resilience building, and actually a preventive tool, right? How can we build societies that we already in advance mitigate the risk factors that might contribute or compound other factors in society to bring us to situations. More research really needed here on the environmental peace building side of that. And I think, Harriet, you made the point really right. The quality of finance here is important. It's not, we need more action, but also that worries me, because a lot of times the sentence is like, we don't need more research, we need more action. I'm like, but how do you make sure that your action actually works, right? The risk of maladaptation, especially in those contexts, that you actually do worse by doing something good, is so high. And we need research on that. We need to understand that how do we implement these projects that we generate a positive spiral that builds on each other, instead of generating a negative one that might lead us to another situation. And just one point there I don't know how I'm at this time, but we're finalized some research now with some colleagues in Uppsala and Murdoch University in Australia as well. It takes a country that has been affected by war. So war has a negative impact on the environment. So we know that is straightforward. It takes 20 to 30 years after a conflict ended to get to the environmental performance where you should be. We didn't know that actually, right? And I think it's a really important factor if you consider especially the risk of conflict relapse with natural resource issues and climate impacts in this space. So just to give you that as a teaser. What is the mandate of the UN Security Council in this space? And again, like, sorry if I'm just provocative, but so sometimes my concern is in the space that we're talking too much about climate change, and especially around the Security Council, because the Security Council is not a body that deals with climate change, right? In the UN system, there are dedicated bodies that deal with climate change. And that is the reason why there is a climate security mechanism, because one of the conclusions that we had some years ago together with Sweden, when Sweden was in the UN Security Council, was like, there is no institutional home for the security implications of climate change, because those shouldn't be dealt with in the UNFCCC, right? The positive resilience building mechanisms, I think that is the space. But the UNFCCC probably shouldn't deal with conflict and peace building issues in that extreme case, right? And the reality of the dynamics and of the development that we're seeing with climate change and the impacts it has on security is that if you want it or not, those issues will end up in the council. So if you think about what the mandate of the council is, it's like it will deal with that, because that's the body that deals with questions of international peace and security. And the conflicts that we're seeing and the compounding impact that climate change has on the conflicts that end up in the Security Council is simply like that climate change is one of the factors. There's never a conflict that's caused by one thing, right? Climate change is one of those factors, and we need to get the best knowledge of what that means. What is the role of climate change in a given context? And these contexts simply will end up there. And we see now that over 70 resolutions and statements in the Security Council have references to climate change, right? In this context, we still need to do more, especially we need to translate that from the preamble to operational paragraphs to really. And I think that is the next step, where then hopefully Denmark and others are gonna make a push, or are able to make a push to better prepare missions, right? And prepare the actors in the missions, work with the climate security advisors, but also maybe benefit from the better reporting that we are getting out of missions now, because we have climate security advisors, we have missions that are taking this into account. The Security Council also plays an important role here in funding, not in climate finance as such, but at the moment climate security advisors are generally funded externally and then seconded to a mission. We need to get to a space where that is funded through the Security Council and through the UN system, through the Fifth Committee directly, to get it into the official budget, to have a dedicated position. So far, I think Chris Hodder in Somalia is the only one who is actually in that position, where there is some more dedicated funding. But we need to get that into all of these missions to really prepare. And the Security Council also is a body that is a norm-setting and frame-setting body. When we worked with Sweden in the Security Council in 2017, the language around climate change was climate change is a threat multiplier. Oh, that's cool. That everyone got excited. Everyone is like, I understand that. But when you move to what do you do, it didn't help at all, right? Because against a threat, you have a military response typically, and even though the human security risks are going to be the hard security risks of tomorrow, there's not going to be military solutions to it. You're not going to resolve it like that. So how do we change that? So Sweden changed the language to climate-related security risks, which was much more human security framing, right? Opening up the language. And then a couple of years later, actually the space was right, and Norway decided to change the framing again, or the wording of the agenda, from climate and security to climate, peace and security. Opening up again a whole new portfolio of action and possibilities to act. So I think that is just to give you also a little bit the illustration of the evolution of the language there. But I think that is a really important mandate the Security Council has in setting that agenda and setting the normative framing. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Florian. I really appreciate you approaching this discussion with the idea to be provocative and naive, because I think that's often how I think about my own role as a researcher in speaking into these discussions, which nicely leads to the last speaker, Helene Maria Kyed, who will be speaking on some research we've both been working on.
Yeah, exactly. Can you change the slide? Thanks so much. So basically, I'm going to be presenting the work that Justine and I have been doing together, as she just said. And actually, Justine is the lead author and lead researcher on this publication, which you can see here on the slide. But since she's also talking in the afternoon, we did like a little bit of a labor division. So I'm presenting on behalf of both of us. So basically, this is part of the DIIS UN Peace and Security Studies for the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which I mentioned earlier. It's a desk review, but also including a set of expert interviews with researchers, analysts, policymakers, UN agencies, NGOs, and also, since we focus on Somalia and Myanmar as sort of short examples, we've also benefited a lot from interactions with the Danish embassy in Myanmar and also in Somalia, and we wish to thank them for their collaboration around this as well. And basically, we aim to explore in this the issue that we are trying to talk about today, like this gap in global climate finance into violent conflict affected areas, and what could be some of the possible steps towards addressing this dilemma, and also really like trying to look at this question from the perspective of sort of on the ground or in-country organizations, rather than necessarily from the sort of high policy headquarter level. And that's also reflected in who we've been talking with, informing these studies. And I think, like, just confirming what's been indicated or said already before, I mean, we did find a really, really strong interest in promoting this agenda amongst various organizations working in country, not necessarily only those working on climate who have a track record working on climate, but really like there is a push from in-country organizations, both the international, multilateral, bilateral, but also local organizations, like frustration over funds, in particularly in Myanmar, where there is no legitimate or recognized state, but also across other sectors, like lack of operation protocols, and also how to work across these different sectors or silos that was mentioned before, like really an interest in doing so, but how do we do it, and what backing do we have from headquarters, and what sort of guidelines are there. Our policy brief also addresses a lot, and we were really interested in this because we also come from a peace and conflict background that have, looked at the role of non-state actors, including non-state armed actors, and the role of indigenous people. Obviously, we also came with that lens, but we also did find that this was also a topic that was not only our interest, but also a really strong interest on the ground, because in a lot of these spaces, the central state really doesn't really control or has a legitimate or genuine interest in supporting populations within large tracts of the territories, unless climate change is used for sort of what ends up being more extractive kind of activities, including forest conservation and those kinds of things. So we also ended up looking a lot at that. But first, in the policy brief, and you can get free copies, and people do share, of course, and it's also available online with references in it. But firstly, in the policy brief, we try to sort of identify what are the gaps or what are the reasons behind this low level that Catherine was also saying, low level of funding for conflict-affected areas. And I mean, I'm not going to go into depth with these, but just highlight them here, like the focus on large-scale loans, and also a strong focus on these sort of loans or climate investments, also giving back benefits, and with really stringent and unflexible requirements. It takes usually minimum 5 years to get access to these kinds of funds. And it's just impossible for most fragile and conflict-affected states, but also obviously for local organizations within these states to access these funds. Then it is, and this is in general across the board with climate finance, but of course also within other sectors, is that it's extremely state-centric funding pathways, but also that it does require approvals of these so-called non-objection letters, at least, to get access to these funds from states. And of course that can be potentially okay in countries like Somalia, where you have a recognized state, but it's not for Somaliland, and definitely in a place like Myanmar, where climate funding has almost completely halted or very minimal, because there's not a state that's recognized internationally, is a huge issue, or is an additional issue. The third one is that, and this was alluded to before, is kind of going back to the silo thing, is that climate finance, but also organizations which come more from the development sector, are very risk adverse and are not prepared or have the skills or the sort of like composition of personnel to work in areas where there are high security risk. And this, of course, goes back to the need for more cross-sectorial interaction, which is the fourth gap that we kind of identified. So will you change the slide? Yeah. So we decided to zoom in on Somalia and Myanmar, of course, not so strange because we both work on Myanmar, and we do have a very long-term, in-depth research project on Myanmar that looks at this nexus, so that was kind of natural. And Somalia also because our colleague Louisa Viuf-Mo is coming in the afternoon, and she's worked on that, so and we have a collaboration across that, but also because we found it quite interesting because these are extremely climate vulnerable contexts. There is ongoing violent conflict. Both countries have large tracts of their areas controlled not by the central state, but either by Al-Shabaab or other non-state armed groups, but they also have Somalia and Puntland and other places that have these government bodies that are not recognized internationally, or they somehow are operating in opposition to the central state, which is also something that we're seeing emerging in Myanmar. Justine will and Theda Paul will talk about it later today, but we do also have other forms of governance arrangement, not just rebel groups fighting the central state, but we have forms of different forms of governance than the central state. But they also differ obviously in various different ways, not just by having different borders with different countries or being on different contexts, but we found that it was quite interesting to see that whereas Myanmar, which is an illegitimate regime, military dictatorship that is not internationally recognized by the UN and a lot of Western governments, but it has a really, really strong civil society organizations and also several non-state armed groups that are committed and working very strongly on areas of climate change and environmental protection, and have done so also prior to the military coup, which is the main setting, and we'll hear more about it, much more about this in the afternoon. But there's hardly any climate change funding flowing in there. Why? Because that was basically stopped with the coup, because a lot of this funding is channeled through central states, at least if you use the quantity of it. Whereas Somalia, there is a lot of funds now beginning to be flown in. There's also from the Green Climate Fund a new funding set up for Somalia, and there's a lot of sort of engagement with the climate, peace and security. We'll hear more about that in the afternoon with the security and environmental advisor who works there as well. But there's weak governance capacity to deal with the funds, and there's also actually a really clear absence of a strong civil society in Somalia that could potentially receive some of this funding, which creates another kind of challenge. So basically, I think it just confirms what you said, that there's no blueprint or no fixed model, and for how we can deal with these conflict-affected states, we need to really go in and look at. Now I've just given some of the very general overall differences between Somalia, but once you're on the ground, obviously the dynamics of conflict and the actors on the ground are also really, really different. Also in terms of the ways that they're committed, genuinely committed to support vulnerable populations through environmental protection and climate change. So we come up with some recommendations, and this is not like sort of like this is the solution and everybody should now do this. I mean, when we talk about recommendations, it's more like potential ideas of rethinking this space, but in our these policy brief format, we have to call it recommendations. So we call them recommendations, but these are obviously up for discussion. So one of the recommendations we have, which we have gotten some pushback on, and we're very happy to get more, is the establishment of what could be called a dedicated funding platform within current global finance agreements. And the reason why we say within is because we know how long it takes. I mean, look at the loss and damage. And so it takes really, really long to build up something completely new, so that it came from that idea. And we also do feel that, that for instance, the special funding window under the UN Peacebuilding Fund, that's fine for climate change and conflict-affected areas, but we do also have contexts where there are not these kind of UN peace-building missions. Like in Somalia, actually there are very few left in the world, and Myanmar for example, doesn't have one, so they wouldn't be able to access that kind of funding. So it has to be sort of like more general, and it should, of course, has been said already, come with more flexible access requirements, operational protocols that are adapted to these kind of volatile conflict context. And we also do argue that in context with legitimate regimes, there should be a possibility for a process of removing the requirement for state approvals or these non-objection letters. I mean, there might be people say that's never going to happen, but we are still recommending it because we do feel that there are areas or countries where this would be a good idea. And perhaps there are also, and this was mentioned earlier, ways in which one can also draw lessons from the humanitarian sector in those kinds of engagements. We also argue for these kinds of interagency collaboration that's been mentioned before, and that with this dedicated fund or funding platform, we should also be like a cross-sectorial composition of expertise across the peace, security, humanitarian, and climate development sectors, which would ensure these kind of cross-learning and collaboration. And we think that even if this fund is managed globally, it's really important that there are country-specific and regional coordination bodies in these kinds of funding for conflict-affected countries. We also have a longer section on argumentation for localization of climate funding, and obviously that's also something that's becoming really prominent in non-conflict affected areas or in more stable and less fragile context. I think what differs here are two things. I mean, the funding should come with even more flexible and simplified reporting and funding requirements, but also really localization here should really engage constructively and pragmatically with questions of how to work with localization in areas controlled by non-state armed groups. Because even in areas where, like Somalia, where localization is going on at the moment, it still doesn't go into areas where the humanitarian sector is there, but it still doesn't go into areas that are controlled by Al-Shabaab, for example. And we do obviously recognize that there are a lot of political dilemmas in terms of working in areas controlled by non-state armed groups, depending on the context. So our argument is that funding and collaboration should go through working with civil society organizations, but also institution building through those kinds of engagements. And then it should be on a case-by-case basis, the way that also to tap into the opportunities to work with non-state armed groups, because obviously there are so many differences. I mean, we have, and we'll come back to that in the afternoon, where there are non-state armed groups in the Myanmar context who would be excellent partners in these areas, but other places where tapping into the activities that they have in environmental protection and climate change can also have various security implications. So that should be on a case-by-case basis, but it should not be, and I guess that's the point, it shouldn't be excluded as an option to begin with, which tends to be the case nowadays. And the last recommendation is also very linked to what Florian was saying, that there is sort of ways that the UN Security Council can place climate change action in violent conflict-affected states even higher on the global agenda, and that it does have a role to play in sort of pushing that mandate. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Helene. You did a great job at presenting our policy brief. So now is the time for questions. We have 35 minutes. And please, if you are watching online, please send some questions through. I will be watching the tablet. But let's start off in the audience if anyone's got a burning question. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Marina. I come from the Danish MFA. I was just wondering if you could give us some insights around the dynamics in the Security Council, because you do hear from some people that are close to that this is seen as yet another sort of Western agenda of this climate security agenda that sort of diverting attention away from sort of other more perhaps emergent security risks as seen from, for example, from Africa and other places in the global south. I don't know if I have any insights on that.
Yeah, do we want to get one more question? And or yeah, at the back.
Thank you. My name is Henning Noor, also from the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I just had perhaps a more general question to the panel, in fact, on around the looking from a support side. I mean, a mechanism that tries to support combating issues on climate change. A little about what is the rethinking here. I mean, you told us a little about the risk we have. We have to be more risk willing around how we work on these various approaches into dealing with climate change. But when I hear what you're putting forward, it's very much like all the issues we have in conventional aid work to some extent. I mean, a lot of the things that you are putting forward are lessons we already have. I'm not saying we're doing it, but we know that there are issues here. The silos, the question about local context and local focus and so on. So my basic question is a little, what is the difference talking about climate change compared to what we already are dealing with in the mechanism of doing globally aid with respect to poverty and other issues? So what are the risks that are new that we have to take to make a difference? Having in mind that climate change, one of the problems is that it's happening so fast that a transition is going to be quite difficult because before we have the real impact of this. So I think perhaps it's a little different context than compared to general development policies or work. But could you be a little more specific? What are the risks that we have to face and to do something about? Thank you.
Before going to the speakers, we have one more question down the front, I think. Okay, up the back.
Okay, I also have a question for the esteemed panel. My name is Jaffet. I work in DPPA in New York and also part of the wonderful CSM together with Catherine. I have a question in terms, we've done some work on from DPPA side looking at a non-Western perspective in terms of including religious actors. Also in climate finance, as we see, they can both function as gatekeepers, but also very much as spoilers. We've seen it in Afghanistan, we've seen it, I don't know if you saw it in Somalia, for example, but in Nigeria also, when our peace and development advisors are trying to do something, either the religious actors can really be used or they can really block a lot of things you're trying to do on climate peace security. So that's my first question. How much is this thought in? And the second one, what we've seen in terms of access is also the M&E, which I think is something which is also really asked. One thing is getting the finance, but another thing is also the requirements asked in terms of M&E, which also asks of the governments of a lot of capacity. So maybe that's also the gentleman over here from the MFA. His question is, I think because climate change is such a technical aspect and getting funding from GEFs and so on is such a technical capacity, we've seen at least when we help governments that it takes a lot of technical capacity, which they don't have, compared to maybe developmental aid, which is a bit more, we have histories on that. And I can also complement the question on the Security Council, because that's what we also work with. So if you want additional comments on that, yeah.
Thanks, maybe. Florian, do you want to start?
Maybe starting on the Security Council. I think it's probably right. If you look at the history of the topic and who brought the topic into the Security Council, that was a European push to get it there. And I think something that has changed, and I mean, Jaffet, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think from our perspective, in recent years, there's been substantial change in who's pushing the issue and who's putting it on the agenda, and African states as well as other states are much more vocal in pushing the topic also on the agenda. not just in the Security Council, also in the Peacebuilding Commission and other spaces. It's actually like countries are putting themselves on the agenda, and I think that is a change. Yeah, so I think that is important. I think it's and that is my point that I made around we're talking too much about climate change. There is a diversion in the Security Council when we start to bring the topic too broadly into the Security Council. And then I heard from several member states, not just the typical ones that don't like the topic in the first place, but that started to feel a bit like, why are we discussing this here? And I think that is something we have to realize. The Security Council is a political body, and if you're a permanent member like the UK and you're hosting COP, then you're probably putting the topic on the agenda as COP related, right? And there are important reasons why we link it to COP, and that makes sense. But the question is, does it help in the discussion in the Security Council? So I can see that there is a diversion argument sometimes depending how we're framing the issue. But I think overall there has been a push and change, especially I think with the reframing on climate, peace and security, that it starts to stay more narrowly within the frame of the core climate security, of the security implications of climate change. I would always argue, like, focus on that. Focus on the security implications of climate change. Don't bring every topic or every linkage too broadly into the discussion. Just briefly, maybe if I may, on the what is different and what has changed. I think there's an interesting tension here, right? Something is changed, but I mean, you gave the answer yourself. Like, we're just nagging on some points that we know for ages from other topics also that we need to change, but we're not changing them, right? So partly we're just re-emphasizing that we need to do those things. We need to break silos. We need to work on these issues. We need to do that. I think there are two things that are different with climate change, though. One thing, and I'm not sure how other topics do that, but what fascinates me is how climate change is inconveniently bringing topics back on the agenda and into the limelight that we conveniently shoved under the carpet, right? Land reform issues is one of the key ones. If you look at in Mali, where it didn't matter that we didn't resolve anything, but all of a sudden, because of shrinking land available, all of a sudden you realize, well, we have 3 or 4 competing land rights systems in place. What do we do, right? So here's something different that we can't ignore the issue because climate change is making it different. And the second part is the opportunities that it brings. It's a technical issue on the one hand, but it's also a political choice to make it a technical issue, right? There are political entry points, and I think that is really important. And we see that if you look at missions where extremely conscionable missions will choose climate change as an entry point for regional integration or for community level dialogues in countries like Afghanistan or something. So I think that is really something that is different and sort of the flip side, the opportunity side.
Thanks so much for the excellent questions. I could try to add as well. I think at a global level in New York, it is a highly politicized discussion, and the questions really are, you know, should we be doing this in the first place? Why are we doing this? What is the evidence to do this? But once you get to the ground, it's a completely different discussion. I mean, in so many places that where we serve in sub-Saharan Africa, in the Arab states, the questions that we get are, why haven't we been doing this already? What support are we going to provide in this area? So the questions are really much more of what we are doing and how we are doing it and how we are delivering. So it's quite a different discussion. And I think more recently, for example, if you're looking at the work of the African Union Commission and the Peace and Security Council of the African Union Commission, there's much more consensus there as well, which is interesting and kind of a complete contradiction of what we see at a global level in New York. So I think very, very different the discussion today compared to even 2 years ago, as Harriet and Florian, I think, were both saying as well. And then in terms of what is new, I think it's really important, you know, when we talk about conflict-affected and fragile context, you know, according to our study, in conflict-affected and fragile context, over the period 2014 to 2021, we're looking at the Jeff global environmental facility funding cycles here, right? In extremely fragile states, per capita amounts of climate finance are $2 per person over this entire period, so not per annum. So these amounts are nominal. So that is to say that we're doing very little in terms of climate. So we need to do more, and that's, you know, and so it's in terms of the question of, you know, what is new and what is different. Being able to deliver on our climate agenda, being able to deliver on adaptation here is relatively new. We speak to various colleagues on the ground and who say there is no space to be able to discuss adaptation or access to energy at all when the discussion at a local level is dominated by humanitarian emergency response and investments that we need today at the expense of the investments that we need tomorrow. So I think this is the challenge. You know, when you look, for example, at IDMC, when you look at the data on internal displacement, year after year, displacement by climate outpaces displacement by conflict, even taking into account Ukraine. So that's the most recent data that we have from 2022. Climate still outpaces conflict. If you look in Nigeria, 16 times as much displacement by climate than conflict. If you look at Niger, Chad, twice as much by climate conflict. So the landscape, the risks, as Florian said just now, are changing. We have 1 billion people that live 10 meters above high tide lines, right? By mid-century, 300 million of them will be living below high tide levels, 600 million by the turn of the century. If you look at the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, we have 10 major river systems that originate in this highly geopolitical sensitive area, right? 2 billion people are dependent on water systems that originate, again, from glacial water sources, from cryosphere resources. 3 billion people dependent on food systems that are dependent on those water resources. Look at the predictions for glacial retreat mid-century vis-a-vis end of century, and it's frightening. So again, we're not doing enough now, and again, we will have to do a lot more moving forward. So I think that's the difference about delivering on some of the commitments that we've already made, but again, also having to work in much more difficult terrains and delivering in places where we're not doing enough at the moment. And fully agree on the point of working with religious actors, working with local actors and trying to get to better metrics, again, so that we are measuring some of these co-benefits alongside primary adaptation and mitigation benefits.
Maybe I could just add on that second question regarding new risks. I think with what Catherine has just said, I think we're really looking at a sense of urgency. So yeah, we've known all of this for a very long time, and now it's actually time to actually start implementing it and fast because of the increased risks. And another thing that I'd like to mention is there is a lot more climate finance. There's a lot of I mean, depends what you call climate finance, but let's say there's a lot of money being made available for climate issues, and a lot of this is sometimes also private investment, and a lot, for example, or a mix of both. And a lot, for example, going to mitigation and, for example, the green transition. So I think that there's also a big risk of, if not done well, it would be a problem for investor and communities at the same time. And that's where I think that all of the recommendations, everything we've been talking about, needs to really be anchored into those projects to avoid either maladaptation if it's an adaptation project, or the risk of the project not working out. In terms of working with religious actors, what we've done up until now is really work on a case-by-case basis, and really just listen to the local communities that we work with, and see within that specific community, do religious actors play an important role or not, and really just go with their vibe for the moment, as we don't have particular research on that. So yeah, it's more on, as I say, a case-by-case basis. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't have much to add, but these were really good questions and also answers. I think just on the religious actors, I think what we're trying to do now also in our research on Myanmar and the border regions is also not only in terms of different sets of actors, but also really different types of culturally informed perceptions of what climate change is, because it's becoming clearer and clearer that these kinds of interpretations on the ground are also really important in terms of the choices that people make and in terms of what will actually work in the projects on the ground. And a lot of these perceptions of climate change are actually religiously informed. I mean, most people will mix sort of scientific understandings of climate change with religiously informed. There's obviously also like, that can be the world religions, but it can also be more animist kinds of, and there's a lot of actually also potential solutions to climate change and environmental protection coming out from those kinds of traditions. So yes, you're right that religious sort of like high level religious actors might work as spoilers, but I think sort of underground understandings of these different ways are really significant. And I think we'll hear more about it from Theda Paul also in the afternoon, but I think in a conflict context, these kinds of counter narratives are really also really important in conflict affected areas where potential, I mean, conflicts are really bad and negative, but they can also be productive of opening spaces for new forms of actors like indigenous groups in informing and influencing the agenda. So I think that is an extremely important space or important topic that you raised. I think I would just add in terms of what's different with climate. I think also you said land reform has come up because of the focus on climate, but I think in general also like the whole questions around environmental destruction and dispossessions and all those kinds of questions linked to natural resources is something that the climate agenda is pushing back at our ordinary sort of development aid, very technical kinds of things is really bringing on the agenda, and obviously more in conflict affected context because the protection of the environment, protection of people against being dispossessed of natural resources and land is obviously unusually higher as well. I think I'll start with that. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks. They were really great questions. I have a question online, so I'm just going to read it out. So it's an anonymous question, and they say, while small civil society organizations and environmental defenders at local level are often doing great work, there is not much funding available to them. While small organizations have the legal status to receive funds, funders normally prefer to channel through UN, multilateral banks, private sector partners, consultancies, so that it's easier to manage the funds. Much of the funds are being used up by these third parties, leaving little for the actual implementation partners on the ground. How can we change this? What would it take to change this? I also understand that from the perspective of donors, they don't want to take much risk to manage many small partners, or that small partners don't have the capacity to manage the accounting requirements. But yeah, I guess the question is what would it take to actually to implement localization, to actually fund these local partners, rather than, as we know, the majority of financing going through World Bank, UNDP, other UN organizations.
Hi, my name is Kimi Peterson, and I'm also from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I guess my question is mainly for Catherine, potentially Fabien. So Fabien mentioned it's good to hear your assessment about the UN peace and security architecture having adapted through the CSM and its presence, and what you mentioned about the deployment of the advisors around in the globe that is still currently reliant on external funding. And I had personally the pleasure of meeting one of your advisors sitting at the Liptako Gourma Authority. And indeed, his term was quite short because it was dependent on external funding. But the issue of the whole CSM being embedded through the UN, and what you mentioned about the salaries of those advisors having to be more institutionalized to kind of also show that it's embedded and it's not something that is volatilely dependent on donor funding. So my question is, it would be interesting to know whether the CSM's budget is also quite embedded into the UN budget, because I remember seeing figures about how much the Swedes are funding. We had a JPO, I think, and some other donor funding. So it would be good to also hear to what extent is the CSM as a mechanism embedded in the UN budget, and what are the plans for the deployment and maybe competence development of these field advisors. Thank you.
I think we have 2 questions down the front as well.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for the wonderful panel. It's been really insightful. I'm Alessia from the Kofi Annan Foundation, and something that we're working a lot on now is on conflict, peace, and youth, because we know that in all of these countries that you have mentioned, all of these facts about how much the impact of climate change and the impact of conflict, the largest groups tends to be young people. And when we talk about funding and how we need to change funding, we also need to make sure that funding is accessible to the young people that are doing the work in the ground already with very little resources and mostly volunteers. And I guess if you have any ideas of how, as we're rethinking now this funding system, how we can make sure that young people can be a key actor in implementation as well. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. My name is Maria. I work for the Danish Refugee Council, and thanks a lot for your presentations. It's been super following that. 2 questions. One is, you mentioned, Catherine, question of connections to displacement and and human mobility more broadly, we can say, so not just forced displacement. My question is, I mean, historically we've seen the climate security sort of, let's say, policy narrative also driving, let's say, sort of policy answers to displacement that have been highly kind of restrictive. We know that human mobility in the face of climate is also, you know, like a form of adaptation, basically, and has been throughout thousands of years of human history. So how can we put that kind of issue of safe, dignified pathways for human mobility back on the table in policy circles, countering that narrative of sort of climate security and the, you know, millions of climate refugees pouring over our borders, sort of feeding this policy narrative that is very restrictive and is actually kind of harmful to a focus on adaptation, I would say. That's number one. And the second is, we know, and you've mentioned this question of, you know, bridging the silos, et cetera, et cetera. And we know in most contexts now, I mean, forced displacement is becoming kind of protracted situations almost everywhere. People are not displaced for 3 months, they're displaced for years and years on end. And the only way to move towards ending that situation, but also trying to prevent, you know, forced displacement, giving people choice, is through investment in peace building, resilience strengthening, etc., inclusive of those contexts where mostly only humanitarian actors are there. So, you know, no development actors are present in those contexts very often because they don't have access. You mentioned this as well. So how to actually effectively try to bridge those silos and move towards having default long-term programming, you know, default long-term planning and programming in those chronic crisis contexts. And so reaching beyond climate financing, because we know ODA to highly fragile contexts is just decreasing. It's at the lowest level it has ever been. So if you look at ODA levels to extremely fragile contexts, the tendency is the opposite of what the triple nexus policy discourse should dictate. And I think it's time to sort of be very honest about that, that not only are we not doing as an international community or whatever we want to call ourselves, what we should be doing, but you know, we're actually sliding back. So thanks.
Thanks for those great questions. I just want to say before I hand it over to the speakers, we will go a little bit over time because our sandwiches are running late. So please don't feel like rushed to answer the questions, but I'll start with you, Helene.
Thanks. A lot of interesting questions there. Regarding the question online for small, and so how can small local, maybe grassroots NGOs get access to money? I think that's one of the biggest problems that we've identified. And further than that, I think in a lot of countries, even if the country itself is not considered a country to be in conflict, we realize that a lot of the territories in country that are actually in a situation, they can be small counties, small envelopes of of regions within the country, are actually marginalized by the governing system itself. So the national government, federal government, which increases another barrier, because even if you do get finance to the government, they will not get finance to those areas like northern Kenya. So I think that there's a couple of things. I mean, obviously, massive capacity enhancement. and really trying to incentivize donors to change their intermediaries, and by doing that, trying to for donors to try and write it into their programs from the beginning. And I think that goes a little bit to the M&E element that was brought up, that if we are talking about local NGOs that maybe have less capacity to fill in thousands of pages of reporting and log things, maybe just reduce those, make them more flexible, make them more user friendly, and I think that is one of our biggest asks that we have. We were talking to the GCF last week. When are they going to make their finance directly accessible to NGOs? And it's a whole thing with the board. And also, obviously, calling for smaller lump sums, as indeed any, wherever it is, be it in Kenya or in France, no small NGO can deal with 10 million coming in. And just, we have a project in Mali that includes youth. So I can talk to you more about that when I've called my person in Mali that can give me more details. But it's a special fund that we used, and we used reps from various counties, but they were already established as youth leaders. But I can get you more information on that. And in terms of what was the last thing? Yeah, in terms of cross-sectoral approaches, to try and bust those silos, I think it needs to also come from a donor perspective, so to incentivize cross-sectoral projects. And by that I mean we have a project, for example, where we work with somebody that harvests data, some academics, and us as peacebuilding people, and we also have people that are wetlands that are specialized in environment. So it's a bit of a difficult consortium to manage, because you can imagine everybody coming from a different angle. The data people speak a very different language to the peacebuilding people. It takes a lot of time again, but I think that's the way forward. By getting, we can't become data specialists, and we can't become climate specialists. We can't all be specialists of everything at the same time. And there's no point, because there are already specialists of everything, more or less, everywhere. So to bring those people together, get them around a table, and also to bring them in the design phase of that project, and look at how that could work together. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks again for all these really interesting and also tough questions. I think it's good that we try to answer them together as well. It's really interesting actually, because when we were doing a deep dive into climate finance data, if you take what I personally consider to be kind of the last mile of climate finance, right? So we look at the last $1 billion, and we look at how it's implemented in countries most affected by conflict, most affected by climate, and we added another parameter to that countries with the poorest performance in terms of gender as well. So that last $1 billion of finance, we were quite surprised. It wasn't, we didn't set it up in that way, but what we found was that about 70% of that is actually implemented by UNDP, is implemented by ourselves as well, because we have a presence in conflict-affected and fragile contexts in 170 locations around the world. And at the moment, we are the largest implementer of climate finance in the UN system, so $5 billion. Altogether about $1 billion in peacebuilding finance as well. So there's a lot of data there that can be mined, that we can look at, like what are we already doing, what already works in these contexts, and how can we do more of that. And sometimes, as was mentioned just now, very small amounts of financing can be very effective. It's also really challenging because there's a conundrum there of we need to double, quadruple, increase tenfold implementation. How can we do that? How can small NGOs and very small actors do that? And so I do think we, and obviously I'm a bit biased here, but I do think as a UN we play an important role in that regard as well. If you look at our stabilization financing, and we're implementing in places where there is a lack of presence of a state and so on and so forth, and we're able to implement to the hundreds of millions of dollars in financing, and that financing is urgently needed. We have very short time frames for this financing of 1.5 to 2 years. This financing is about bringing back the state. It's about infrastructure, so energy, water, infrastructure, about investments in livelihoods, so cash for work. Again, there's a climate resilience aspect to that as well. So these are really important investments. But I want to stress, because it's probably not so well known outside the UN, is that we work with so many different partners to help them access climate finance. If you look at our small grants program through the Global Environmental Facility, for example, it's $300 million, and most of that is very small amounts bundled together. So amounts as small as $5,000 to $10,000. On average, about $50,000, at maximum of $500,000. And this is financing that we have helped local partners and actors access. So wherever there is a presence on the ground, we are actually working directly with partners on the ground. Again, partners who typically might not have the capacity to be able to access that financing directly themselves. And then in terms of the kind of narratives around migration and displacement, I think it's really important to address as well. And that's something that we haven't been able to do in terms of climate policy and programming so far. Somehow all these co-benefits for reducing and minimizing forced migration and displacement, while we know that our work has this co-benefit, we're not actually capturing it. And it's really important. If you think about the investments that we make in terms of coastal resilience, avoiding coastal erosion, again, avoiding the failure of livelihoods that are dependent on natural capital that have been eroded away by climate, these all help bring back the agency of local communities, right? Having the choice of being able to stay or to go. So I think that's a challenge. There's so much more that needs to be done. If you look at Colombia at the moment, they're looking at the first law on climate relocation. There's also similar legislation now in Fiji, in Solomon Islands, again trying to put so-called standard operating procedures in place to help climate migrants. So I think there's definitely a flip side that we need to look at in terms of changing some of the narrative around this and understanding the environmental and ecological benefits of nomadic, for example, semi-nomadic production of livestock rearing and similar livelihood practices. And then also, again, trying to institutionalize and regularize migration. We also have to think about, regardless of what the cause of displacement was, that if you are on the move, you are more vulnerable to climate. So to think about adaptation for those who are on the move again, and not just trying to classify as displacement by climate or conflict, which we know is very difficult to do in any case. Embeddedness of our climate security capacities, I think it's really important, and it's still a work in progress. And at the same time, we have amazing advisors like Pascal in the Liptauer Gorm Authority, and this is something that we're doing, right? Providing capacities to regional organisations in the south who are already there, who at the same time desperately need more technical expertise. So it's not just deploying capacities within UN, but also regional organisations. The same with our academy as well. We've provided training to more than 200 officials from conflict-affected and fragile contexts, again, who have very little access otherwise to the state of the art in terms of climate policy, what is there, what is available, climate finance, again, what are the options, how can they access it? So we've been able to do this not only in English, but also French and Spanish and Arabic as well. And we'll carry on doing the same. We'll have a dedicated academy for young policymakers as well, understanding that typically more senior officials will have opportunities for training, and younger officials might miss out. And localization of financing still a work in progress. I think Javier had already addressed that as well.
Yeah, really good question. I'm thinking which one wasn't answered yet. I think on the displacement and mobility question, I think there's a really important sub question that we haven't been able to tackle yet, and that is like that certain livelihoods in certain places are not going to happen in a changing climate, and we pretty much know that. But probably shouldn't be us deciding what your livelihood in the future should be. But I think we need to find the mechanisms to engage these type of communities and discuss what is the future, right? What is an alternative livelihood? That can't be us deciding that. That needs to be, people need to decide for themselves. But I think that is a conversation that is really important and that we need to get going. And I think at the same time you framed that absolutely right. The human mobility, putting human mobility back on the agenda, because we know it's going to be a reality. It is already a reality, and we know the numbers. That's something that annoys me the whole time, right? It's like we know all the numbers. We know all the numbers on how much cheaper prevention is, how much, and like still not doing it. But what we see in that space specifically, it's we need to prepare receiving communities, right? That is pretty much what we know. And we know that the receiving communities for displaced people in the global south due to climate change is probably not going to be Denmark or Sweden or Germany. It's going to be neighboring countries and especially urban areas. And so I think that is where we need to start investing and where we need to prepare countries and communities to be fit to receive those. Because the difficulty with, if you look at climate security, what we know about climate security and migration and mobility is, well, the security implications of climate security risks due to migration and mobility are not going to be in the places where the climate impact is. They are going to be somewhere else where people move. And they're probably not going to be tomorrow. They might only be in 2 years when people have moved, right? Because that's when resources get scarce, or that's when maybe that community gets hit by a drought or something. That's when things come out, making it really difficult, right? It's not like the same location and the same time. It's sort of this long-term project, which exactly is your point on how do we get to the long-term programming, right? It's the other thing. I mean, we are working with IOM in Somalia, and it's EU-funded projects that are great, right? But it's 18 months. Like 18, you're not going to solve climate security risks in those communities in Somalia in 18 months, right? And luckily, IOM, due to the programming and the focus they have in developing it, they're focusing on how can we take this 18 months grant to build up what we then do to the next 18 months grant, carry forward. But where's the long-term financing that works and that we like invest into this long-term programming? And I think that the same you see if you just take WFP and FAO. It's ridiculous, right? Where I hope they're not listening online or they're in the room, but it's very clear mandates, right? One is emergency response and the other one is building up a food system. There shouldn't be competition about that. There should be a synergy where WFP phases out in the moment that FAO scales up, right? And we need to get these transitions. But we are so bad at making these transitions from short-term emergency to long-term development happen. And it's something we're pondering around for forever, right? But it's like, how do we make that happen? We see the urgency, we see those concerns, and we see the necessity, and we even see the very clear mandates of different UN agencies in making those things happen. But we don't. And that personally annoys me, and I think that's one of the key things we need to deal with. Just briefly, I want to say something on the CSM. The core problem is, well, it's externally funded, right? That we need to solve. But also what's the problem is that I start to see now in the last years observing it, is like financing a climate security advisor in a UN mission somewhere is much more attractive to a donor than funding Catherine, Jeffet, and other colleagues in New York. But you need to invest in New York, because the advisors are great, but if you want the system to work, we need to have a communication space between the advisor and New York. This New York space is talking to the Security Council members, is talking to coordinating different agencies. It's so fundamental, and I don't think it's something that is really hard to put on paper. What is the impact of New York really, right? But I think if you just look back in that 6 years ago, nobody talked about climate security in the UN in New York pretty much. And now they do, and the CSM is dragged from one place to another one, and everybody wants a bit of it, right? So for me, that is impact. And CSM had a great share of raising this awareness. So I think we need to really continue to emphasize the role in New York and fund that sustainably.
We still probably have another 5 to 10 minutes if someone has a last burning question. I have one online. Yeah, Peter?
Yeah, my name is Peter Bo Larsen. I work for DCA or Folkekirkens Nødhjælp. Thanks for all the good comments and reflections. This is a little bit in relation to, I think, something Catherine just said now, because and then going back to Justine and Helene's, one of the recommendations, which is that more of the support also in this area should be locally led. This should be followed by localization. And I think, and I speak a little bit from a Myanmar perspective because that's also what I know best. And there the UN system and the bigger NGOs have had huge issues to access areas where you have local governance structures, new emerging local governance structures. And in a Myanmar context, it might be 60-70%. And I think a lot of research has shown that if we look at the most fragile countries, it's that number we're looking at. So a huge number of people are actually under governance of something which the UN has a real big difficulty working with. So the good work that you mentioned, Catherine, you're doing many places, I would argue a little bit, yeah, but you're having difficulties doing them in these big areas where you actually should be supporting this locally led. And that's difficult when the local governance structures are not recognized, etc. So I just think there's a big dilemma there when it comes to the greater international community and the UN system trying to reach out. And I think it's just going to grow. It's going to be more and more people living in this situation. So how do we get to where we can get, I mean, honestly, the UN system to maybe go a little bit forward? And I know there are good guys and bad guys on this in the UN system. I mean, we work with some of both of them, and some are quite listening and doing what they can to work under the radar, etc. And others are certainly not and making it quite difficult. So maybe just a little reflection on that. And it's not just to shoot on the UN, it's also a lot of the other kind of landscape within international and implementing NGOs. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Great question. I also have one final question from the online participants. Very short and snappy. It's from Jens Peter Durbach. Do I hear from several panelists that the problem is money? Where is the focus on quality and not doing harm? Big lessons from Afghanistan. Each of you want to just give final couple of minutes wrap up?
Yep. Should I start with thanks, Peter Bo. I think you raise a really, really important question, and I mean, it's very evident in Myanmar at the moment, but I think it's a general problem, and I also put it up here. I call it state-centric, and I think it's not just the way that the funding pathways are set up, it's also very much the mindset that, you know, even if you have a really repressive or fragile or illegitimate central state, it's still almost by default the place you would go unless it's really, really bad, and we just can't do it. And Myanmar is an example of that at the moment. But in most other places, it's still being done, even though there are actors that would be much better to work with at the local level. And I think it's, of course, the UN setup. It's a setup of states. Yes, it is. But we have a massive humanitarian sector that can actually work without, so there are practices ongoing, right, and that we can draw from. And I'm not saying that then climate, peace, and security support should be completely absorbed by the humanitarian sector, but there is a setup that one could expand upon. That's one issue. But there is I think your point about it really also varies with who you're working with within the UN system, who you're talking with, because so many people are also still so deeply affected by this idea that if you don't go through the central state, there's not going to be any institutions built. We're going to undermine state building. It's going to be balkanization. I mean, there is that mindset is still so deeply entrenched. And then it almost doesn't matter how bad the state is. I mean, I worked in the informal justice and policing security sector for so long, and it's some of the same issues around climate change, right? It's like rather pour a lot of money into as a fragile state, because we do need to have this kind of state building in sort of this top-down traditional sense, rather than seeing it how can we actually work at the local level. And even when there are institutions there, it's astounding. So I think that is like a really essential step to get past that kind of thinking, to work on climate peace and security, to think that we can actually also be part of building this up, not only in terms of sort of like climate development, but the way that it can connect to peace building as well, and to conflict sensitivity or conflict transformation, as you said before. That is so essential. Otherwise, I don't think we're going to get beyond it. And then that means it's not just about the money. So I guess I've also answered that question. It's not just about the money. That's just one part of that setup.
Thanks, Harriet.
Thanks. I'll just bounce off that last one. I think what Catherine and I were saying, that often we hear a lot about the quantum and not enough about the quality, and that we need to hear far more about the quality than we actually do, and how very important it actually is. So I think that kind of answers that, and all of the recommendations that we actually give are generally quality oriented. In terms of a couple of next steps, I think we all have more or less the same recommendations, and sometimes they can be rather long lists. And I think it would be great, and also to be proactive in the silo busting. I think tackling climate change affects us all in different ways, but it's something that affects all, and this means all sectors. So I think we can obviously ask donors to be proactive as well in incentivizing this cross-sectoral approach. But I think we also need and have our part to play. CSOs, we're also siloed, and then we all have our own language. And I think it's also something in terms of the fact that obviously we all have respective donors. So that obviously encourages, I'll speak this language because that's how I'll get such and such grant. But I think it's also up to us so for us, for example, to go and learn from the humanitarians how to get more money. How could we put that fast track into place? How can we get access to regions that are under a non-official governance system, and then come up maybe with some recommendations that we all stick to. And these, I think, if we could get together and push them all at the same time, I think we'd have a far better rate of success. Thank you.
I think there's definitely a lot of thinking in at least in my team and in our bureau of UNDP, again the Crisis Bureau, about how we are working at a local level and how to work in areas that are being controlled by non-state armed groups and so on and so forth as well. I would say that in terms of our kind of corporate policy, our practice really is to stay and deliver. That we will be that we are there before, during, and after, as much as that is possible. A lot of the times it becomes difficult though when donors, for example, decide that they don't want to fund work in a specific country, or that funding is cancelled, and then that becomes kind of a hard constraint in terms of what we can do, what we can deliver as well. Again, I think there's the timing issue that was mentioned. When we can when can we bring back climate change adaptation, resilience, access to energy and water? And the answer is that we can probably do it much sooner than we think. Obviously, it's case by case. I wouldn't want to make any generalizations about that. But in many places, for example, in the Sahel, we are still there and we are still implementing. Some of this work is very sensitive. It's not often possible to kind of put this work in the public domain, but our partners can be assured that we are there. I think again, a lot of what we are doing now, bringing together these kind of completely different fields of climate, environment on one hand, and peace and security on the other. A lot of the pilots really are 1.0 or 2.0, and a lot of the work that we do now hopefully will inform kind of future generations and kind of future iterative thinking in this space as well. But so while the issues are not new, we are still very new, 5-6 years old as a climate security mechanism in terms of UNDP's team of climate security advisors as well. We're still deploying advisors for the first time, so I think there's a lot that we do need to take away and reflect and and try to work on it again with partners on the ground, understanding that when there are actors on the ground who can deliver, that we should be working with them. We are working with them as best we can.
Yeah, I think that is a really important point, right? I mean, one of the key issues we always had is like people understand the problem and are like, can you give me a positive example where a project is that worked? And we're like, well, you didn't implement one yet. And we don't have a backlog of 20 years of projects on climate security where we can be like, okay, this worked. And so we're in a very different mode actually of operation where we need to co-produce the research and the implementation at the same time. Read our latest IOM paper, maybe. We're doing that. Sort of on the role of the UN, right, and engaging with non-state actors, and I think there's an interesting problem there, right? Because on the one hand we don't, on the other hand, humanitarian agencies are gonna pay for access to non-state armed actors. In Somalia, they're paying Al-Shabaab to get access to the population to deliver aid. So we're engaging with non-state armed actors. We're financing non-state armed actors, not really through the mechanisms we want to finance them probably, and that we should use, but still we're doing that, right? So that we need to rethink some things there, and I think it's maybe going back to this pitch of thinking broader and. It's a peace building process. You need to engage with. I mean, what is a peace building process if you're not engaging with the other sides, right? So we have experience with that. That means we need the peace building community who is actively doing that, and we need to, from the climate side to really learn how to operate in these spaces, and really try to find ways to engage with all sides. And that's why I think the CSM, like if you think the CSM in the field, right, would be exactly the same right thing, where we need to bring the mediation side and the development side and all these different actors and the humanitarian side together to talk and find strategies of engagement. And I think that relates to the question of money and quality of work. Like, look, it's money and the quality, right? It's like if you don't have money, you don't do quality work, and quality work costs also money, right? You can't do a lot of those things on the cheap. That means we shouldn't waste money, but I think that is something we should consider. And there's another question just to provoke on that, like, what is the outcome? What is the desirable outcome of quality actually? And if you have a climate adaptation project and it really failed on the climate adaptation side, but it was really great on, I mean, I'm just making up an example, but it really generated gender equality and empowerment in the communities. That, like, is that a failed project or is that a good project, even though we didn't really aim for that, right? The food programs, like the initial, I mean, those interventions are about food security. Well, if they generate peace, is that a good thing or a bad thing, right? Because that's not in the log frame, essentially. But it should be, right? And I think that is an important thing for us, where we need to free ourselves from the narrow earmarking of, like, well, we said we achieve 1, 2, 3, 4, and really see quality work and quality effective use of money. For me, is how can we do a lot of things at the same time, and not pretend that one intervention is uniquely only doing one thing. It's like, how do you even know that? Do you have a lot of the cases, you have like 20 projects implemented at the same time. How do we pretend that we know what this specific project actually did? Right? It's really difficult. But I think that is what we need to acknowledge, and where we need much more research, where we need to really get in, and where we need to take a broad, holistic view at the picture and see what is the most effective solution. And for me, peace is probably the most holistic element to look at there. Thanks.
All right, we might wrap up the conversation now. I just really want to thank the speakers for such a rich and provocative conversation. It's clear to me, since we went over time, that this conversation could easily keep going, but also that, like, everyone here today and online and on the stage is really, grappling with these difficult issues and how to think about this in a really clear way and come up with really clear recommendations that are actually implementable. So please put your hands together for our speakers. Thank you. Yeah, and we will start again at 1 o'clock, where we will be having a special panel on Myanmar, looking at localisation and the role of indigenous-led organisations. And for everyone here inside the room, there are sandwiches outside. So thank you.
Welcome back after the lunch break to our physical participants here and also to our online audience. We're going to continue this one-day seminar now on rethinking climate change support to conflict-affected states. And as I said earlier in the morning, we are going to zoom in now on challenges and initiatives ongoing, firstly in Myanmar, and secondly, we will move after a coffee break to Somalia and Somaliland. I would like to first begin by introducing the speakers of the panel on Myanmar. We have here Justine Chambers, who is a researcher here at the Danish Institute for International Studies. She is an anthropologist by training, and she has 10 years of research experience in the field of peace and conflict in Myanmar. And she's also now part of the My Climate research project focusing on climate change, conflict and peace building in the context of Myanmar. Secondly, we are very honored and delighted to have Paul Seintoa here with us all the way from Chiang Mai in Thailand. And Paul is the co-founder and director of the Karen Environmental Social Action Network, known as KESAN, with decades of working on environmental protection, forest conservation and climate issues in Myanmar's border regions, especially in the Myanmar's southeast, but also beyond. And KESAN is also very well known for the Salvin Peace Park in Kortulé, or Karen State in southeast Myanmar, which is an indigenous-led community conservation area. And also at the international level, Paul has participated in several COPs and is also very active in the global movement of indigenous people in terms of their contributions to climate change issues and to environmental conservation, biodiversity issues, and a very key figure in Myanmar, not only in the Karen populated areas, but also in pushing the climate and environmental conservation agenda amongst ethnic armed groups in Myanmar in general, and different civil society organizations and governmental actors. So we're really, really happy to have you here. I will give first the word to Justine, and we will have a Q&A session connected to this panel before we have a break and move on to Somalia, and then at the end we'll have a sort of a more cross-cutting discussion. Yeah, the word is yours, Justine.
Hi, is that working? Yeah. First of all, I just want to say thanks everyone for coming. Also those online. I am really honored to be on this panel with Paul. Long before I met him, I was a really big fan of his work for KESAN and more broadly in Myanmar. So yeah, I feel very privileged to be on this panel with you. And to get to know you through this project that we've been working on. Before I sort of go into, I guess, a bit of a deep dive into thinking about some of the conversations we've been having today about, climate change and conflict and how they, first of all, how they intersect, but also how we can think about, climate financing or programming in these contexts. I just wanted to highlight some work I've been doing for the DIIS Fellowship Center, which Helene mentioned earlier. So this is a new meta-study which is funded by the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs and supported by DIIS. And basically, it's a meta-study which looks across 8 different projects that focus on climate-related factors as a cause of conflict. And the main findings that have come out of this this research is that, as other sort of researchers have shown, is that if we focus too strongly on climate change, we're ignoring some of the underpinning factors that really drive violence and conflict. And so I think just that importance of that contextual knowledge and remembering that conflicts that occur now are often embedded in these really deep layered histories, particularly in post-colonial contexts. And so conflict dynamics, while they are exacerbated by climate change and diminishing resources, they are often building off these historical processes, particularly related to legacies of colonial and contemporary land dispossessions. And climate change actions also and commercial interventions too can also inadvertently contribute to conflict. So again, we were talking about earlier the importance of having this local knowledge and understanding so that, you know, climate change programming and interventions doesn't actually exacerbate conflict, because we already see in some contexts that is the case, particularly through forest and wildlife conservation areas which displace indigenous or nomadic people from their customary lands. Green energy projects we've also seen can be pretty controversial in certain contexts. And another really key point that came out of the research was that pastoralist and indigenous communities are particularly vulnerable to both climate change and large-scale appropriation of land. And again, even though they are the most vulnerable groups, are often receiving the least funding from sort of climate change interventions. And that's partly because they sort of sit outside these conventional frameworks of, I guess, like how, funding is targeted. So, you know, because they move, because they have these sort of non-static livelihoods, a lot of programming don't know how to account for these sort of dynamics. And they just get ignored. And this body of research also really underscores the need for an integrated and context-specific approach to climate change programming in conflict-affected contexts. So we know that just because a program is successful in one country, it's not necessarily going to be successful or can be done in the same way in another context. And that can even be within the same country, right? So just because I'm going to be looking at Myanmar, just because something works in Southeast Myanmar doesn't mean it's going to work in the same way in the West or in the North. So one of the development research collaboration projects that was I looked at for this project was our own project that Helene and I have been working on, the My Climate Research Project. So this is a project funded by the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I just want to say that it's not just Helene and I who work on this project. We have 8 incredible research colleagues from Myanmar who are based in Myanmar and Thailand and Nagaland in northeast India. And so the research that I'm presenting today isn't just from stuff that Helene and I've been doing. It's this sort of combination of all of our efforts. And basically most research on the conflict-climate nexus looks at whether climate change causes conflict, especially over scarce resources, environmentally destructive activities, mobility dynamics linked to disasters, and slow onset change of farming and livelihoods. And it has these sort of mixed results. Studies on the climate conflict nexus now really recognize that armed conflicts can be a driver of vulnerability to climate change, but few studies have explored how people themselves experience and attribute meaning to the double impact of armed conflict and climate risks. And there are particularly few qualitative studies. And so what we really wanted to bring to this field is an anthropological perspective on how communities themselves on the ground are understanding and are, I guess, responding to these double vulnerabilities. And so our research explores how dynamics of conflict affect, 1, escalation or de-escalation of climate change via consequences of conflict on the natural environment, also people's ability to cope with and respond to the effects of climate change, their experiences as well as perceptions of climate change amidst conflict, and also how climate change how sort of the politics of climate change also feed into this. So how do different actors, institutions, states, non-states use the language of climate change, I guess, to legitimize their actions or revolutionary movements in the context of Myanmar? So for those of you who are a little bit unfamiliar with Myanmar, I just wanted to give a bit of a background. Myanmar, I think, really presents a critical case for international policymakers to learn from and really think about how to do localisation in a conflict context on climate change, given both its high vulnerability to climate change and long history of armed conflict. So in the 2021 Global Climate Risk Index, Myanmar is ranked 2 out of 183 countries most vulnerable to extreme weather events, with more frequent heat waves, floods, cyclones, and droughts that impact production, food security, and land scarcity. Climate change is really posing an urgent and severe threat to people's livelihoods and sustainable development. And people's vulnerability to both slow onset climate change, but also extreme weather events, as we saw famously in the 2008 Naga cyclone, where more than 120,000 people were killed. It's really embedded, not just necessarily in what's happening in climate change at the global level, but it's also about these decades of authoritarian rule, agrarian land struggles, including high levels of dispossession, and long-running ethno-national wars, which have been running since independence in 1948. And, as you can imagine, it also precedes that independence period. But the situation has really worsened significantly since a military coup in February 2021, which triggered widespread military atrocities and a violent nationwide revolutionary movement that continues to intertwine climate change crises with devastating humanitarian ones. So one of the ways that we've been thinking about this from a more theoretical, academic level is to think about the context of the coup as a sort of rupture in people's lives, but how do people respond to rupture when they, have been dealing with sort of slow forms of crisis and violence for decades? So what we're seeing is a reduced capacity to cope in this particular context. We're seeing reduced environmental activism, primarily because of the risk to environmental activists. Also, a lot of environmental activists are now working in the humanitarian sector. They also have joined the resistance. So you've got people who were once environmental activists and now holding guns. We're also seeing reduced environmental impact actions linked to extractive. So particularly in the decade before the coup, we saw this incredible flourishing of civil society sort of movements and environmental action, particularly around, natural resource extraction activities, to the point that they were actually able to stop, in some cases, some natural resource extraction activities, particularly in Tininthayi and famously with the dam in Kachin State. So a lot of those activities have basically stopped or have had to move. And we are on the other side seeing increased climate vulnerabilities. We're seeing uncontrolled and environmentally damaging natural resource exploitation as well in this sort of more insecure context. And so in Myanmar, while the coup has been experienced as a rupture, I think it's just really important to remember this chronic and slow forms of crisis and long histories of armed conflict in particular, struggles over land rights, dispossessions, and global climatic changes kind of sits on top of this. So I just thought I'd show this map. It's a little bit old, this map here, but it sort of shows the different conflict areas. So you can sort of see that more than 50% of the country is experiencing very high, intense conflict, which, as you can imagine, also has led to very high displacement numbers. And so in this context, if you think about climate change programming, if various organizations or UN entities only have access to spaces controlled by the military junta, how are they actually supporting the most vulnerable populations? Well, they're not. Right? So I think in a context like Myanmar, where we see really strong governance, institutions and networks outside in non-state areas, it's really important to be working with civil society organizations who are doing really important work on the ground. And that's, of course, in the area of humanitarian aid. We definitely see that, but also in the space of climate change action. So some of the research that we've been doing in our project includes in situ fieldwork and interviews with particularly IDP communities in parts of Karen State, Mon State, and Eastern Bago region and Chin State. And the kinds of conversations that we've been having with people really highlights both the detrimental impact of the coup on rural and indigenous populations in particular and their livelihoods, but also this longer term, again, cycles of violence and displacement. So in my conversations particularly, I work in the southeast with Karen communities. You know, this isn't the first time they've had to flee conflict. This is maybe the fourth or the fifth time. And Therapol can explain more about that in his presentation as well. So many people face difficulties with agricultural livelihoods and food insecurity. We're seeing really increased risk to farming. So this is because of course, shelling and airstrikes in the areas that people live, but also landmines. So people are really afraid to even go to their fields in some contexts. Of course, because of the instability, there's also movement. So people are moving to different areas and they may no longer have access to those livelihoods, right? So they're moving into spaces where, maybe they don't have access to grow rice or to grow vegetables, which has been this sort of traditional mode of food security, which people really depend on. And we're also, on top of that, in all the conversations I'm having, everyone is saying that they are seeing decreasing yields due to, they don't necessarily call it climate change, but due to sort of this weather disloyalty is how they refer to it in some of the local languages. And climate change is already sort of adding, is really adding to these high levels of vulnerability. But what we're really seeing is that people are focused on survival and security. And so it is kind of down the list of priorities, which I'm sure anyone who's working in the humanitarian sector also knows that. And again, Indigenous and community level efforts to safeguard the environment are threatened by conflict and airstrikes, but also this sort of livelihood needs. So, you might have a community that previously was looking at mangrove reforestation, but in the current context, people don't necessarily have livelihood opportunities, so they're cutting down mangroves and selling it for charcoal. And this isn't necessarily because they want to, right? It's because they actually have no choice. And this is a quote from one of the people I've been spending a lot of time with. She says, this conflict in the plains coming really affects our livelihoods. Life is so difficult when you have to run. It is hard to find life here too. The sun is so hot and the rain doesn't come on time. At least in my village, I have the land where I have always lived. Here you come and live in another person's place, so it is not easy. We don't know where we can grow. I don't know how to eat and how to live. Life is so difficult. If the conflict was over, we would go back, but we cannot even talk about going back. And in my conversations, I'm really hearing a lot of, I think because of there are so many airstrikes now, and it's created a really new dimension for people because they feel like the planes are coming all the time or at any time, and they are often targeting civilian populations. So there is this sense that the Myanmar military is targeting civilians rather than, resistance forces or resistance infrastructure. Another part of our research is ethnographic community research, which has been going since June 2022. And this is across 8 localities in Kachin, Rakhine, Taninthayi, Nagasagain, Bago, Karen and Mon states. So we have some urban areas, some rural areas, some controlled mix between non-state armed groups and the SAC. Some are completely controlled by the SAC. The SAC is the military junta, the State Administration Council. So again, what we're hearing is these experiences of rising temperatures, erratic rainfall, increased occurrences of floods, droughts, storms and landslides, and also drying up of water sources. So I think sometimes, this question of like, is climate change occurring? It's so evident to people who are particularly farmers, right? Of course it's occurring. It's like, it's really impacting their lives in really tangible ways, let alone when you also are dealing with the effects of conflict. The effects is these lower agricultural yields in particular, health hazards, transportation problems, people are needing to move, increased need for chemical fertilizers, but they also now can't afford it because of the economic crisis as well. And that's also partly linked with the global sort of crisis around the cost of fertilizers. We're also seeing soil salination, increased selling of land as well is an outcome of this sort of dual crisis. In terms of the coup conflict situation, it's reduced people's coping abilities, environmental activism has reduced, as I already said, climate change related support priorities and training is reduced. And I also wanted to just like mention the perception. So from a lot of the people we're talking to, climate change is often seen as connected to natural resource exploitation and mining activities in particular. So when you're asking people, why do you think, these changes to the weather are happening? What is it that you think is happening? They often blame it on deforestation or mining activities down the road. But also we hear a lot of people talking also about the immorality of political leaders. So that the heat is also connected to people's heat inside their sort of hearts and souls. So, because of the conflict and the violence that's occurring from the military, then the environment is responding as well. So we are also really interested in thinking about how, I guess, like indigenous communities in particular are also interpreting these events. And another area I want to mention is that in areas of mixed control, that's where we're really seeing this increased environmental exploitation, so that where there's no sort of rule of law and where environmental groups and organizations are unable to access, versus, say, like areas where there are poor works, which are under the KNU, the Korean National Union, a non-state armed group. And there are some, it is more possible to conduct activities in these more stable spaces versus the areas under mixed control. And I just also wanted to point out the example of Cyclone Mocha. There was a cyclone last year which hit Western Rakhine State. Rakhine has been in conflict with the Myanmar military since before the coup. People in Rakhine State have been experiencing conflict. And I think it's really interesting, well, not interesting, it's really sad to see actually how these multiple crises and vulnerabilities intersect in one space. So we have the Rohingya community in particular who are left completely neglected and vulnerable in this, in the sort of wake of Cyclone Mocha. They had no access to aid, no access to any support, versus other communities, Rakhine Buddhist communities who were able to access some, even if it was limited support. And we've also been thinking about how do actors act in this space. So the Myanmar military was really presenting itself as this legitimate actor, able to provide aid to communities affected by Cyclone Mocha, as was the Arakan Army, which is the dominant armed group in that area. I'm just conscious of the time, but yeah. So I guess I just want to finish by really highlighting, I guess, the February coup is a tragedy for both humans but also nature. It has had really profound political, social and health impacts, but it is also having really significant environmental consequences. And in this really fraught political context, donors, multilateral banks and international development agencies are really facing challenges and grappling with how they can best support climate action. In the current context, humanitarian needs are obviously front and center. But I think Myanmar presents a really interesting case study to think about how we can maybe pilot some of these different ways of thinking about climate change support in conflict contexts. And part of the reason we think this is because of just how strong and incredible the civil society networks are in Myanmar, and particularly and also in areas controlled by non-state armed groups. So Paul will obviously talk next about some of his works, but large areas of the country are controlled by a mixture of non-state armed groups, which include ethnic resistance organisations, People's Defence Forces, pro-democracy civilian groups, and these really incredible new state-level bodies that all oppose the military. And I think part of why we should also be funding into these spaces is because it is part of this longer term thinking, right? If we can support governance and policy making, that people are actually thinking about climate change and thinking about adaptation and environmental protection in these spaces, we are really sort of thinking about the long term rather than just short term needs. And one of, I think, the more interesting spaces is, the Southeast, the Karen National Union, which is Myanmar's oldest ethnic resistance organisation, has already implemented forest conservation and biodiversity protection areas, and that is completely because of the work of Paul and Kaysan and other environmental activists. They are the reason that these sort of protection areas have been able to be put into place. And it's not just about protecting the environment, it's indigenous-led, it's community-led, and I think that's really key in thinking about how we can actually both include communities, but also create conservation models that aren't just going to marginalise indigenous or nomadic groups in sort of climate programming. I have a lot more I could say, but I will finish up there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Justine. And actually, this photo that you've used here is a member of a PDF, a People's Defence Force in, I think, Magway or Sagaing, who is planting a tree. So it's just to show that armed actors can also be into this environmental issues, and certainly are in Myanmar. And on that note, I will just immediately pass the word to you, Paul. Yeah, can you do that? Yeah, thanks. Would you prefer that I press for you? I'm happy to do so.
Okay.
Yeah, or would you like to stand here? It's up to you.
Okay, I can stand and press by myself. Thank you so much for the opportunities and your kind invitation. There are so many people that you should invite, and I don't know why you only invite me. I know, because so many things to do, right? And I'm just contributed to a small part. And our work has been also enabled by so many also groups and supporters, and we also here have, Peter, and we have WWF, and we have Professor Dostum. We are just doing the research also. So thank you. And again, like Justine, right, said, my work is mainly in the KNU administrative and control areas, and that's why I just want to say that don't mix don't confuse with the government of the SEC, SEC, the State Administrative Council, or the junta. And then the word I'm going to use here is Kothule. It's basically represent the Karen territories. If you hear Kothule means Karen territories. When we say Kothule, it's also not just Karen ethnic people or indigenous people like Karen, but also other ethnic groups that are also reside in our current ancestral kind of territory. So a little bit, it's not clear, but I would like to talk about as climate change. I would like to also maybe brag about the richness of our territory. Current territories cover a huge diversity of landscapes, including sweeping lowlands vistas, towering mountains, dense forests, and free-flowing rivers, mangroves, swamps, and a wide array of marine and island landscapes. Kothule, our name for our territories in Karen language. It's also home to many different ethnic and indigenous Karen peoples, as I mentioned earlier. Indigenous Karen communities have stewarded these landscapes for generations, and the efficacy of our stewardship is also clear to see. With a territory situated in the Dona Peninsula landscape, Kothule contains 30% of Myanmar's recorded plant species, plants biodiversity. Our mountains and forests are also some of the best remaining rangelands and also hunting grounds for several endangered kind of vulnerable species, including the gao, tigers, sunda, pangolin, and hornbill, among many others. So I'm just giving you some local flavors here, like talking about a lot of policy, a lot of what's happening up there. So just bringing you to the animals a bit. Now central to this success is our holistic way of life, guided by our indigenous knowledge. Karen peoples see ourselves as part of nature, and we strongly believe that our own health and prosperity directly correspond to the nature around us. It is common for Karen villagers to hear the cries of endangered hulock gibbons from their homes, and for them to cultivate a wide range of rice and wild vegetable species to strengthen our own health and the health of the environment. So we'll move to conflict. All of this has happened in a landscape beset by conflict for more than 70 years. Karen communities have lived through the world's longest ongoing armed conflict. Fighting has not just been between military forces, and the Burmese military has continuously, actively targeted civilians throughout the conflict. The best known example of this was the Burmese Army's four cuts policies, which directly targeted Karen families to cut away resistance. Countless atrocities have been also committed against the Karen communities in the name of a unified Myanmar, and even today, Karen villages are still frequent targets of Burmese artillery attacks and airstrikes. Kothule is also on the front lines of the global climate crisis. Karen communities are primarily agrarian, and our livelihoods, culture, and everyday subsistence comes from the land. Changes in rainfall patterns, weather and temperature, spawning and breeding seasons, and the presence or absence of plants and animal species have a huge impact on our quality of life. All of these factors are hugely challenging to our current communities, but over the generations that we have lived with them, we have become experts. So because of this close relationship today I would like to share some of the results of this with you, and also hopefully help you see conflict and climate change from a kind of a different perspective. So the KNU responses to conflict and climate change. The Karen National Union is the oldest existent formal governing organization in Kothule. It was founded in the 1947 after independence from the British Empire. The KNU is also the de facto government of the Karen people. Whatever you call it. Currently, we can say there's like a state-like actor. While Karen territories are primarily governed through local ancestral governing systems, the KNU's policies and institutions constitute the primary de jure governing structure. The KNU is the main source of healthcare, education, infrastructure, and judicial proceedings, and also operates in isolation from the Myanmar central government. Unlike in many governments across the world, the KNU's representatives are still closely integrated with their constituent communities. it is common for elected KNU officials to wear many hats, able to experience issues simultaneously as a farmer, an indigenous person, and also a government representative. Due to this, the KNU are keenly aware of the importance of indigenous knowledge and indigenous voice in adaptation to and mitigation of climate change and conflict impacts. The KNU's policy offers some of the strongest rights and protection for indigenous peoples in Burma. These policies were directly and intentionally crafted around the current indigenous knowledge, and the current identity is deeply enshrined in the goals and the future vision of Kotule. This isn't just a vision, though. The KNU's land policy, ratified in 2015, is the first government policy, let's say here, government policies in Myanmar history to legally recognize a customary tenure. And in 2023, the KNU was the first government in Burma to issue also formal customary land titles. So the Myanmar government doesn't have any law that recognizes the customary land tenure. This trend continues in current government strategy, the Kotule Climate Action Plan, in short we call it KINCAP, which lays the KNU responses to the ongoing climate crisis and also the 2024 to 2034 roadmap to contributing to the kind of global 1.5 degree kind of targets. This also now looks to KNU's, looks to like all these targets also looks to Kotule indigenous kind of landscapes for inspiration. Furthermore, the Kotule Climate Action treats Kotule's community as vital to achieving this goal. So let's look at the it's at government, right? There's slide 6. Actually, I should go to slide 7. The grounded nature of the KNU also leaves room for current civil society and local community to play kind of a large role in how Kotule is governed, and has given rise to hybrid governance system. On a smaller scale, this can be seen in the large number of community forests across Kotule. Some of these are governed in partnership between communities and the Kotule Forest Department, while others are entirely stewarded by the indigenous current communities under customary law. During the brief ceasefire period between the 2012 and 2021, the KNU also has begun to re-establish a network of wildlife protection areas across Kotule. Learning from the mixture of the fortress conservation methods employed in other parks, the KNU developed a method of conservation that integrate the holistic current way of life and also local taboos into everyday governance. This was piloted in Kedo Menyor in 2018 that we established, while several communities continue to live and practice their sustainable ways of life throughout the wildlife protected area, even in the core zone. Seeing the success of this approach, it has since been replicated in many parts of Kotule to kind of set up wildlife protected areas. At a landscape scale, the clearest example of hybrid governance are also our current indigenous conserved landscapes. This includes the Salim Peace Park, and the Thothito Indigenous Park is also further north there. And also the what do you call it? Tananthari or Taninsarim landscape of life. It is further south in here. And the Poklo landscape. If we combine these indigenous-led nature and culture conservation areas, it's comprised more than 50,000 square kilometers of healthy lands, forests, and waterways. So let's give a little brief about the General Assembly of the Salin Peace Park. Institutions like the Salin Peace Park's General Assembly allow for the elevation of grassroots concepts of conflict and climate mitigation and adaptation to the landscape scale, while ensuring that indigenous communities are the focal point of governance. So when we talk about governance, climate change, it's also the governance of that is also key. This also enables flexibility in governance, while local communities holding the required decision-making power to ensure that adaptation and mitigation measures are responsive to changes in the local context and local needs. So localization, we also talk a lot on this morning section. At international scale, now there is a growing focus on the need to localize climate change adaptation and mitigation measures. In Korthule, this need to cultivate local ownership to promote community buy-in is much lower than in many other areas. This is because of traditions and beliefs have kept kind of communities deeply connected to the nature around us. For us, the climate change adaptation and mitigation are a way of life. No? Many of the initiatives and activities in Korthule that are promoting peace and climate change adaptation and mitigation are built upon the pre-existing community efforts. Alongside the vast number of community forests in Korthule, many of which are yet to be formally documented, are also a large number of key biodiversity areas and also environmentally significant zones that have been conserved under local taboos. These include mountains, ridges, forest corridors, and wetlands, and among many others. Communities have also proactively worked together to strengthen local ecosystems. We have kind of formed 3 groups of community rangers, patrol key biodiversity areas to ensure that local taboos are not being broken. These regions also work with the Korthule Forest Department to monitor forest health and also to keep track of and report on the illegal activities being conducted in the forest. Alongside this, there are annual tree planting activities like you also have there. My colleague used meaningful tree planting because you plant trees, it's also to look after it and to make sure that it survives. But it's very challenging, I know. But we also trying that. And to make it more better, when we're selecting and we make the tree nurseries, also make sure that there are also species that are valuable and to the community's need and even to women, because different needs, this is part of the tree nursery that we make. A network of fish conservation, zones have been established across the Korthule, with many indigenous communities working together, often cooperating across multiple ancestral territory to protect the health of local waterways. As we said, that we building a landscape, so trying to kind of work, because some streams, rivers are kind of flowing through different ancestral domains, so we kind of trying to work and set up this kind of fish conservation zones. Alongside this, communities across Korthule have been also conducting research on local biodiversity. We talk a lot about research. So here we're trying to make also research a meaningful also one that have also involve local communities by themselves rather than having only academic and outside research. Local researchers have documented a broad array of plants and animals, including fish, mushrooms, and also orchids. This has been supplemented by research on local livelihoods, highlighting the importance that a healthy environment plays in daily life. While this is the first time that a lot of this information has been formally documented, much of it was already known to local communities for generations. This research has also fed into development of cultural curriculum, which passes down current indigenous knowledge to the next generation. The curriculum, the culture curriculum is currently being piloted with the intention that it will be taught as part of the KNU standard curriculum in the near future. This is paired with an environmental certificate which is currently being developed. We also invite you, if you want to be part of this initiative, and Professor here, which will offer undergraduate level education to current youth to help build a new generation of our environmental leaders. And definitely we are so much behind what's happening at the global level, where this morning you talk about training, leaders to understand about climate change and all this negotiation, right? Because I've been also joining some of the COP and it's very difficult to follow and yeah. Okay, what is needed? As demonstrated, local communities in Khartoum are both capable and willing to take the lead in climate change adaptation and mitigation efforts. What they need most, though, is the funding and technical support for them to be able to continue their work. It has been found that less than 1% of global climate fund currently reaches indigenous peoples. This is the kind of what we got from the report. No? If it's wrong, please correct. In fact, looking at all like a major climate related funding granted thus far, so less than 7% has actually been handled by indigenous peoples and local and communities. Furthermore, international governance organizations continue to prioritize central government as the primary recipient of climate funding. I mean, it's been addressed in this morning. In context like Myanmar, this doesn't make any sense because of the changing landscapes, because of the emergence of new state-like actors, and the government control less territory, and in key importance areas are controlled by ethnic people. The central government is neither a trustworthy nor capable recipient for climate change funding. Myanmar's NBCEP has expired, and there is no clear direction on how to achieve the 1.5 degree target. International bodies and funding groups need to become more flexible in the allocation of funding grants. Myanmar institutions and government have all but collapsed, and yet the KNU continues to meet its people's needs and has also taken the lead in pursuing climate change adaptation and mitigation in Myanmar with its climate kind of action plan. It's being developed. There is a real opportunity here to fund locally owned climate change adaptation and mitigation initiatives that will have long-lasting impacts, but this requires a change in mindset from donors, like already mentioned, and international organizations. There also needs to be a better understanding of conflict. After the 2021 coup, the majority of international donors also put out of Myanmar. No? This put many important community-led initiatives on hold, with donors citing fears that their grant would further fund ongoing armed conflict. While at first this may seem sensible and obvious to many people, it has actually led to an even greater disparity in climate funding. Most of the world's armed conflicts have happened in indigenous territories, and yet, despite this, the majority of the world's healthiest ecosystems and the 80% of the world's biodiversity is located within indigenous territories. We need to rethink how we talk about conflict, and because right now key climate change adaptation and mitigation opportunities are being missed. The international communities if the international communities truly wants to localize their fight against climate change crisis, then you need to start thinking locally, start to thinking locally too. No one knows more about our ancestral territory than indigenous people themselves. it is time to put in the money where the mouth is. So this is my conclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Theda Paul, for this amazing presentation and really, really strong example of some of the activities that are going on in Myanmar and that's been going on for quite some time, and are still going on despite the intensification of conflict since the military coup, and also for bringing up the notion of the role of indigenous people and some of these gaps and disparities in climate funding in these areas. And I'm not going to say much more because actually we don't have that much more time till the schedule breaks, so we might go a little bit over, but I'm going to open up for questions to Theda Paul and Justine. So please, if anybody has, yeah, Søren?
Quick question, from the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Nej, du skal because we have online participants.
My name is Søren Davidsen. I'm on leave from the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thanks for a great presentation from both of you. I have a quick question to Paul. Given the conflict situation as it is now, can you continue with the also local institution building? I mean, I've been working for the World Bank in Myanmar from 14 to 18 with the central level, and Helene was one of the often criticizing us in the World Bank. But I really truly think that what you're doing is bottom-up local institutional building, and with the conflict situation as it is now, the most likely short and medium-term scenario is that you'll have to continue what you're doing. So, two questions in that context. One, can you continue in the current conflict context? And secondly, given the fact, unfortunately, and Denmark is one of the countries that have cut down the locally delivered aid development cooperation into Myanmar, that we will not see an increase in ODA to Myanmar in the short, medium term. How will you survive? And I assume you can survive, but how will you survive without donor funding? Thanks.
Maybe is there one more question? And also I can ask the online participants, you can also write in Slido. I will just add perhaps a question and something that I know you've been doing, Theda Paul, but you didn't have time maybe to go into, but I was, like Justine was saying before, I mean, Khesan has been really instrumental in engaging with the Karen National Union, which is a state-like body because it does control, it has a state-like system, but we would also it would be placed in the non-state armed group category as well that we've been talking about this morning. And so much is happening within that space. We have these policies that have come out. The land policy is already almost 10 years, right? So if you could share a little bit about also to learn lessons for other places, like what can civil society organizations like Khesan, how do you convince non-state armed groups to work on these kinds of issues? And maybe you could also share a bit to what extent you've been lobbying and working with other non-state armed groups in Myanmar. Just kind of give us a little bit of an idea of how do you do it, because I think it's something that can really be, good lessons learned for other spaces as well. Yeah.
Thank you for your questions, and also from Helene. Continue. Yet we cannot stop because we already start kind of leaving the station if we talk about the trains leaving. So we need to continue. The thing is the design of these initiatives like this one, it's definitely interlinked, and then the crossing also several other sectors that we talk about this morning here. You talk about cross-sector. When we talk about, if we only talk about conservation and we only have friends, people who loves animals and biodiversity, trees and like that, right? So then we have the culture, then you have more indigenous also kind of focus, and we have expand the networks and the alliance in that sector. And we have also peace and self-determination. So we have friends like Alarm, what do you call it? This morning is like people who love to build peace support that, right? We have, like that kind of thing. That's why the design of the initiative is kind of cross-cut so many things like that. So we address not just also the environment issue, but also other aspects, livelihoods, sustainabilities, conflict. Think about like the return of the IDP refugees, finding them the right kind of area or lands to resettle, and then coordinating the donor supports, something like that, and building more like a long-term kind of livelihoods plan like that. So, and this time in our territory here, we can say we can control, the KNU can control like 90% of the ground, the land. And the only thing that we cannot control is the airspace. So that's why it drives massive displacement in our area. So, and then, but as much as possible, we kind of have the belief that the military junta will never win by using airstrike. So by having that understanding, we're trying to, mobilize ourselves and trying to continue to do our activities. If we cannot organize under a big building like that, we do it in the forest, for example, like that we make it in smaller kind of groups and in the caves, or like that we trying to do things like that, continue to do like this. And as I said, it is a way of life. So if we stop and then we cannot live, or survives. So by doing that, it's more like we keeping and maintaining our resilience. That's what we are trying to do. And the shortage of funding, or if the funding stop, as I said, one way or another, we need to also find the needed supports, even small, or if the funding from the institutions are not possible, we're also looking at other private donations from philanthropists and this kind of thing, more flexible like that. So we are also trying to, look at the funding strategies like that. And but because of the situation now, like especially since October last year, I think the international community started to see a new way of engaging. This morning, this person, what is his name? Sorry, Florian, said, need to engage everybody. So now I think they're trying to reach out to everybody. So I hope there will be new opportunities coming up soon, but we have to make sure that it also go to the right direction. And then how we do it, because the climate change, environmental conservation, like that, for most of the EAOs, these are the what you call easy, we can say, entry points, because it is it concerns to everybody, and having this focus on and having policy on this, we also create a better image of their administrations, and when they also deal with diplomats and international communities. So this is why I'm saying that this is important for the international communities to engage with the EAOs using these entry points: climate change, environment, livelihoods. All these things are really important. And then, for example, giving one example, along the border, the Salmi Peace Pie is on the other side in Burma, Myanmar, and the other side is the Thailand, and then they have a huge national parks. And then every year from February to March, April, they have a big issue is the haze. that most of that is coming from the neighboring countries. So when we talk about the haze, nobody will stop, nobody will say no, because the Thai public really support their government to really engage in, because when they engage with the central government like the SAC, there is nothing happen after that, because they cannot control the borders. So then they need to engage with the EEOs that control the borders. So this is a new kind of what you call a development that we are also like looking into. And if government to government cannot do anything now, but at least civil societies from both sides, we can work together. And then the other international support, funding, and even I don't know, any UN agency can also come in and support. That would be also appreciated.
Thank you so much. I think we will just take a couple more questions. I have Signe first.
Yeah, thank you so much for this really interesting day. It's amazing to be here. I'm Signe. I work for the International Work Group for Indigenous Affairs. And I was just curious about, you were talking in the beginning of this panel about the politicization of climate change language. So we heard how you use it with the ethnic armed groups and also civil society and the communities, but what about the SAC? How are they using climate change to politicize their agendas? Or, I'm curious to hear a bit about that.
Any other questions? Yeah, I might add another one then, just to have an extra one. So, Serapol, of course I'm asking you a question because Justine and I work closely together, so that would be a bit weird. You're talking about the Karen indigenous community and that there are also other ethnic groups living within Kortulé. We also know that within Kortulé there's rural and there's also urban spaces. So, conflict or no conflict, but in terms of the population being part in these kind of climate and environmental activities and supporting it, do you sense that it's harder with urban populations, or that it's harder with other ethnic groups in the Karen? Because obviously you're talking about indigenous Karen as having particular relationship with nature and a particular way of relating to water and forest and mountains as also part of a cosmology, if I may use that word. So I was just wondering, like, how is it with urban Karen and how is it with other ethnic groups living within those territories? How are you engaging with those kinds of questions in your work?
Okay. Definitely. Those things are very localized. Different ethnic groups or different indigenous group or local communities, they have different also culture. For example, in the mountainous region, mostly in the Selling Peace Park. So we share, those traditions and practices. So not very different, and it's easy to kind of mobilize. But people going down to the flatlands and then toward the urban area, definitely they are, the practice also changed and different. And then but for me, I see that even though we probably have different practices, but if we look at the environment and the ecosystems, like the lowlands receive water from the highlands where the watersheds are. Nah? So meaning when we kind of joining together, we see what roles the mountainous people in the upland area are also important to kind of maintain the healthy watershed area, right? And then also make sure that what's happening in the area, they also for example, if there's a mining area, that we also pollute the stream, the river, and then will also create problem for the downstream community. Something like that. So we have to kind of build a collaboration like that. And then and of course, some areas, some territories, because it's difficult to also make clear boundaries. Like, okay, this is Karen and this is the other, ethnics. So sometimes we have to live, together, and I think we have to respect they also. How do we kind of work together, so that even we have different traditions and practices. Like, for example, the lowland, they practice more like a permanent agriculture, permanent kind of orchard, like planting durians and others, while the Korean are more shifting and collective kind of practice. So we have to balance. If we convert the community lands or the collective land into private and individual, it's also led to the deforestation and led to the many things like that, right? And then the lowlands community need to extract timber so that they can build, right? And then that's how do we kind of work together to manage the sustainability of the forest resources in the upland area. So it's not easy. I'm sure that we need to really work out the best like a way to manage the well. I'm not saying that we should remain as it is, like the tradition, but we have to adapt to the changing situation, the context, and how the management or forest management cannot respond to the needs.
Yeah, and I guess in relation to extractive activities as well, those are really important.
Extractive activity very, very challenging.
Yeah.
And because our territory definitely rich in mineral resources, and then that's why this kind of initiative is to really like think ahead. If we do, how we do it to minimize the impact, and how we govern and use this revenue that we gain from extractive activities in order to invest in the local development, right? So this will be also the ongoing work that will be kind of coming up in our Peace Park. And then I want to also stress the international recognition. We also have the UNDP Equator Prize 2020. So there's a huge difference, so that this we can use as a reference. Hey, we have this status, we need to maintain, we need to, live up to what we said. No? So it's a good advocacy also, right?
Thank you so much. We need to move on to the break, but I want to just give Justine the chance to answer in what ways the military junta or the SAC is appropriating climate and environmental discourses as part of its.
I think like any sort of private company greening themselves, right? When we know they're extracting and profiting from the environment, the military is also using the language of climate change, and particularly, I think, coming out of Cyclone Mocha, they were sort of trying to promote themselves to the international community as this legitimate, actor providing humanitarian relief, when we know, first of all, when it comes to the environment, that they profit the most from destroying the environment, and have traditionally, deforestation and mining activities have primarily been pushed by the military, both in the past but also now, and also in conjunction with other armed groups. And I think climate change just becomes like another space for the military to sort of legitimize their claim to control the country. But yeah, I mean, as you would know, Therapol, like in action, we see, they are the primary destroyers of the environment in what we know is like one of the last sort of biodiversity sort of hotspots in all of Southeast Asia. It's got some of the last remaining tracts of forest in Southeast Asia, so it's so important that we preserve these spaces, which are under the control of, in the stewardship of indigenous groups. Yeah.
And the junta also wants to make like electrical cars in the capital city when no one else has electricity. There's a lot of paradoxes in the way that it links up. So Thank you very much to the two of you. We will have still have a 10-minute break. I've just checked with Louisa, who's on the other panel, that it should be okay that we eat a little bit of time into the Somalia, because we have quite a long time of discussion after that. So let's give a hands to Paul and Justine. So basically, we should be back in here latest 25 past 2. Back to the last session where we'll zoom in on Somalia and Somaliland. And I would just firstly present the two speakers, and one speaker is going to be online from Somalia. And our first speaker is going to be Louise Viuf-Mo, who is an associate professor at the Department of Social Science and Business at Roskilde University here in Denmark, a bit outside of Copenhagen. And she has extensive years of research experience, in particular in Somaliland, on security, peace and conflict, and also including over the past years on climate change dynamics. And she is currently coordinating a large research project, Pastoralist Climate Change Resilience in Somaliland, which runs until 2027, funded by Danida, like the My Climate Project as well, and it's focused on livelihood systems of pastoralists, and in that context the project investigates how to build on social climate resilience to address climate security nexus impacts and also the sustainable development goals. And after Louise's presentation we will have Christopher Hodder online with us from Somalia. He is the first of the United Nations Climate Security and Environmental Advisors, in this case to Somalia, which we've heard about earlier in the morning. Is an expanding concept, and he works to implement this mandate on environment and security as part of this climate security expert group. And he's also previously worked with Doctors Without Borders in the DRC, Chad, and also led the Save the Children's work prior to taking up this position. But as I said before, we'll have him on a little bit later. So I will just give the word to you, Louise.
Thank you, Helene. And this is working, the mic, yes. Yeah, so I have a little bit of a muscle strain, so I've chosen to sit down here on this high chair. I hope that's fine, instead of standing up. So, yeah, thanks so much for inviting me, and thanks for also great presentations. I were here now for the panel just before, and I think I will also be speaking to some of these points that Justine and Paul were talking about. And as Helene said, we will be focusing on Somalia, but I will actually start my presentation with kind of looking at the broader context a bit and discuss how the UN peace, climate peace and security agenda both have been contested, but also nonetheless has really advanced, in particularly at the level of peacekeeping missions and sort of in regional hubs where this work that Christopher will tell about afterwards is really a good example, and also the Horn of Africa as a climate security hub, you could say. So, and yes, and after this discussion of these broader developments, I will then, and also the connections to Somalia, of course, I will then move on to briefly reflect on some of the remaining gaps that still exist between this general wider support to the climate security agenda and then the challenges when it comes to actually localizing and implementing climate adaptation support in context that really need it. And here, I will talk about Somaliland specifically as a case study, also drawing on research for this project that Helene just mentioned, PAX, and focus on the challenges related to climate finance as a crucial factor in sustaining peace. So that will kind of link back to the previous seminar and also maybe to discussions you had earlier today. Yes, so to start with the wider picture, the UN climate, peace and security agenda has been kind of sitting in a bit of a juncture where on the one hand within the Security Council the climate security agenda has been controversial, and there's been a certain sort of pushback against formally integrating climate change into the or climate security into the council. But when we look at the level of peacekeeping missions, we can see that climate security considerations have really been incorporated into mandates. There is also a growing advocacy and support for the agenda in networks also around the Security Council. So in terms of the pushback, this was particularly visible in 2021 when Russia vetoed a UN Security Council draft resolution that called on the Council to more systematically address the security implications of climate change. The resolution actually had significant wider support. There were like 12 Security Council members that voted in favor. And it was co-sponsored by, I think, 113 non-members. But India voted against it, China abstained, and Russia vetoed. And when we look at the opposition to the resolution, there were different sort of concerns and reasons cited. One official concern was about securitizing climate change and the risk of kind of favoring security solutions over development and climate adaptation. And I think, these particular concerns are as such quite valid also in wider debates over climate change. And I think they're also quite valid when we look at fragile context where hard security responses quite often dominates interventions. So, but it's important to highlight that if we look at sort of the broader trends, there are a lot of climate vulnerable African countries that also struggle with fragility and that are strong advocates of support for climate adaptation and development solutions that also support the discussions of climate security issues in the council. And I've also had interviews with IGAD, the Intergovernmental Development Authority. It's a regional organization, and they actually said that bringing these discussions and connecting also to security issues actually can help also in really putting climate change on the high political agendas. And aligning with this, there are also some observers that have said that a resistance to incorporating climate security into the Security Council in some cases may relate to concerns that this could come with actually more pressure and leverage on delivering on financial commitments, so costs, right? So this is just to say that there's a lot of politics at stake here with this climate security contestations and negotiations, right? A next observation that I want to highlight is that even if the formal integration of climate security into the Security Council have been controversial, and even if the resolution was vetoed, the climate, peace and security agenda has definitely still advanced a lot through networks and also at the level of peacekeeping missions. So a lot has happened, and Christopher will go into more details on this. So I'll just quickly run through a few key points here. So the Council has put emphasis on the interactions between climate, peace and security on several occasions, also concretely in several mandates for peacekeeping missions and also political missions. There are UN climate security and environmental advisors that have been placed in a number of missions. Christopher's position in Somalia was the first one. There are also several networks and sort of advocacy bodies that have grown quite strong. For example, there's this informal expert group on climate security, which also have members or overlap with membership in the council, so they're quite well placed to push the agenda also. Then there's a group of friends of climate security. And these groups play a huge role also in really knowledge sharing statements, events, and so on. Then there are also very concrete measures for more integrated approaches that have been put in place. Here, this example of the climate security mechanism is a quite strong example. I think it's an interagency mechanism that was launched as sort of a joint initiative between the UN Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, the UN Development Program, and the UN Environmental Program, and then also the UN Department of Peace Operations joined later to coordinate efforts and to really help the UN address climate-related security risk in a more kind of systematic manner. Yes, and then also sort of real kind of regional climate security hubs have developed, and here I think the Horn of Africa is a quite good example. In addition to climate security advisors, there's also now a special envoy of the UN Secretary General for the Horn of Africa who really supports initiatives through IGAD and also act as this bridge to the UN Security Council. So a lot has happened. What should perhaps be mentioned is that since there is no resolution, there is, I mean, the efforts are generally off budget, so they depend on support from different donors. I think another thought is also that we see this kind of drawdown on peacekeeping missions. So maybe sort of also for future agendas to kind of think of, okay, when it might become more ad hoc missions, political missions, and so on. So how to continue these networks and support through a changing landscape of what peace is and how peace is pursued, right? Yes. So so observing this emergence of networks and interagency collaboration, and also recognizing really this need to step this up and nurture these integrated approaches. I have recently written this working paper that argued for this peace continuum approach for climate security. It's a DIIS working paper. And the idea really is simply to emphasize the need for collaboration across a continuum of prevention, peace building, and developmental and adaptation efforts, right? And give consideration to how to connect climate finance and climate adaptation as contributions to peace and as kind of that connection to possible peace dividends, right? And to recognize that security in the face of climate crisis also concerns, for example, food security or food insecurity, maybe. Insecurity from displacement, insecurity from land degradation, which basically links to environmental insecurity, all of which, of course, interact with conflict dynamics. So this really calls for bringing together knowledge and responses across fields of peacekeeping, security, development, environmental expertise, and very importantly also, as we have heard earlier today as well, to really work with context-specific local and regional expertise and needs. And again, here I think that the CSM is one example of such efforts, and Chris's work that we will also hear more about. So this notion of the peace continuum approach is really an argument for nurturing and taking forward such efforts, because what we also face now is a wider global context where multilateralism is under pressure, many economies are under pressure. We also see that the climate change agenda itself involves quite a bit of competition over influence and funding, right? Because it has become so central, so everybody are linking up to it, and you see competitions across NGOs, ministries, even different agencies of the UN. But when we look at climate crisis impacts on the ground, it's clear that these impacts really call for cooperation across fields and scales of expertise, and they also call for longer-term solutions, as Paul and Justine also mentioned. in particularly when we consider these so-called fragile states, there's this predominance of short-term urgent measures like countering terrorism or addressing humanitarian crisis, but climate crisis and climate impacts are both urgent and long-term. Of course, they're not like gonna go away, right? And pose questions on how to start working with governance, with adaptation, with sustaining peace, all of which, of course, requires localization of approaches. And so in the best case, the climate peace security agenda could be an entry point for really improving policy in both the fields of security and development, right? And that takes me to the final point and slide, which links to the question of localization and to the question of climate finance as an element in sustaining peace. And that links up to the discussions earlier today. I'll focus on the case of Somaliland to further illustrate this challenge of the still rather inflexible climate finance modalities. So of course the issue of fragile context being neglected when it comes to climate finance is something that is quite widely discussed by now, in particularly sort of risk adversity, and where a key argument is also that there is a lack of kind of national and local counterparts through which to channel climate finance and projects and so on. And the dilemmas are quite real, I think, but the inflexibility is also very real. And I think Somaliland provides an illustration of this. And on this slide, I have chosen to simply include some quotes from a forthcoming publication by one of my colleagues and collaboration partners in Somaliland. So he is part of this project that I'm coordinating on pastoralist and climate change resilience in Somaliland. And he just finished this sub-study on climate policy in Somaliland. And on the question of climate finance, the study shows that in Somaliland, policy frameworks on climate change have in fact been developed, and there are institutions in place, both government institutions, also very strong network of community-based organizations with strong expertise on climate and environmental matters that could serve as counterparts. And it's also a relatively peaceful context. But because Somaliland is not recognized as a state, it lacks access to climate finance and it lacks representation in any of the international negotiations over how to implement climate finance, also including loss and damage funds. And that also means that there is sort of in general quite limited awareness of the policies, priorities and context-specific needs that Somaliland has when it comes to climate change impacts. So so this was actually one of the motivations for him to make this study, Shamarke, my colleague there. So I think in this sense, Somaliland is a case that highlights kind of the remaining inflexibility of climate finance and also the state centrism of climate finance modality, and demonstrates what challenges it poses in terms of how to sort of develop longer term durable solutions and context adapted approaches in places that really need it, right? So I think I have a few more. I will stop here and hand over to Chris. Yes, thank you
so much, Louise. You, Gustav? Yeah. No? It's not ready yet.
Hi, can people hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Great. And just checking whether you can see my presentation yet.
Yeah, we can see it, but you might want to put it on presentation mode.
Okay, let me do this way. It's probably easier. There we go. Can you see now?
Yeah, we can see it. It's still not in presentation mode, but it's fine. If it's a problem to put it in presentation mode, don't worry. We can still see it.
Okay. Right. Well, welcome everybody. My name's Chris Hodder. I am the first climate, peace and security advisor to a political or peacekeeping mission. Been in place about 4 years now. And so I'm just going to give you a bit of a snapshot. So Louise gave you a sort of good background of the CSM and what's happening globally. But I'm just sort of going to now deep dive into Somalia a bit. And I know there's several colleagues online and people listening in who are also experts on Somalia. So I'm really looking forward to the Q&A, and please do work or feel free to ask any difficult questions or anything interesting during those sessions as well. But just quickly going through these things. So basically, as Louise was saying, there is the Security Council, and it's through the Security Council that gives the missions their mandate. And so in Somalia, the UNSOM mandate is one that focuses on recognizing the adverse effects of climate change and ecological challenge and natural disasters on the stability of Somalia. So it does recognize this in the mandate, and it requests the UN, both the federal government of Somalia and the federal member states, to consider adverse implications of climate change, environmental degradation, ecological changes, natural disasters, in their programming, but also in undertaking comprehensive risk assessments and risk management strategies. So I think the global approach has been around understanding and trying to look at risk and looking at the climate risk and doing climate risk assessments. But now actually in Somalia, since we're a bit further ahead on others, we're actually now trying to do risk management strategies and actually trying to implement some programs and what does climate security actually mean on the ground. And so we are mandated to report to the Secretary General, which means that then in the UN in Somalia, that's why there are positions, and that's the same in I think 8 now different missions across the world. And so there are I think there are 8 advisors like me around the world. And so, yeah, we meet regularly and we discuss these things. But I think the important part is to make sure that we have, as we develop the thinking around climate security, that we make sure that that goes into the mandate, because that ensures that we have the ability to report against it. So, I mean, people are already aware, hopefully, of this interchange between climate and conflict. So climate change impacts such as droughts, floods, extreme weathers, and in Somalia specifically, the charcoal and felling trees part leads to resource competition, but it also leads to flooding, migration. But all of those risks lead to economic collapse, poor limited governments, breakdown of social cohesion, exclusion, marginalization, which leads to insecurity, and that's insecurity intra-household, at the community, at the national, at the transnational. And this is not a linear thing. It's a very interconnected piece. So the climate projection for Somalia, for example, and some people have called me Dr. Doom, because these are the sort of facts and figures that we have to deal with in Somalia. But unfortunately, these are coming with very high levels of scientific certainty. So it's understanding these risks and what the future is likely to be able to then say, okay, how do we actually program and think about this, and what do we actually need to do on the ground? So knowing that future state enables us then to work in what we're doing now. So air temperature across Somalia is very likely to rise from 1.2, and we're pretty much on track to be closer to the 3.4 by 2080. So the red line is the projected increase as it's currently standing. The blue line was if we were to stick to the Paris Agreement, Chris, of the 1.5 globally. We already know we're very unlikely to reach that. So just to say, if we're thinking about 3.4 degrees in Somalia, cattle and goats, Chris, cattle.
It's just that the PowerPoint is stuck on the first slide.
Oh, okay, hold on. Let me see if I can do it a different way. I think often you need to share. Do this. And share screen instead.
Yeah, I think that's the
Is
better
that
solution.
better?
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Okay. So let me just go back. So you've seen them all. But basically, this is the mandate. So it's further recognizing the adverse effects. It's about comprehensive risk assessments and risk management strategies. Can you see that? Can you just confirm you see that?
Yes, yes, we see it.
Yep. Okay, great.
Thank you.
And
Thanks.
then just these things. This is just the theory behind climate, peace, and security.
Thank
And then just on the is it on the climate projections page
Yes,
now?
yes, it is.
Yes.
Thank
Great.
you.
So the red line is the current increase in temperatures if we, and the blue line is if we stick to the Paris 1.5 degree target. And so we obviously know that we're not going to hit that. We're very, very likely to increase. So it's the air temperatures are very likely to increase to closer to the 3.4 degrees average temperature across the country. Now, several studies in northern Kenya at the moment are showing that cattle can't live above a 2 to 2.1 degree and heat rise. So this is going to make a massive difference to livestock in terms of the fact that large parts of the country will just be too hot and arid. And so, yeah, the sort of links with all this to the changes in pastoralism, the changes in ways of life is just key that we need to think about. But then there's obviously going to be heat-related deaths increase. There's also going to be sea level rise. And the big thing is there's going to be this intervariability. So this is more likely to have cycles of flooding and drought every year. So last year we had one of the worst droughts on record at the beginning of the year, and towards the end of the year then we had El Nino, which is one of the biggest floods we've seen in a generation. And then this year again, we're still seeing some impacts of the flooding in the GU season, this small rains or the rain season now, and then the projections are more drought-like conditions towards the end of the year. So this cycle of droughts and flooding is very likely to increase. But what's really interesting is around the fact that we are likely to have 50% less water by 2080 if we account for population growth. So yeah, that's quite a worrying projection that we need to think about. So with that, climate, peace and security have these four, if we think about the CIPRI and some of the other international think tanks talk about pathways, so the pathways between climate and insecurity. And so there are these four pathways we've identified in Somalia. The first one is this competition over resources such as water and grazing land. So clans and Al-Shabaab and other militant groups, community members are all competing over access to water or grazing land. So this sort of livelihood competition is the sort of first pathway. So when we understand the pathways, we can then start intervening and putting interventions in place. The second pathway is around migration. So looking at movement of populations due to climate shock. So this is Somalia has one of the largest urbanization rates in the world, and this will lead to further competition over land, and land tenure, land allocation is a very complicated part of traditional Somali society, but also current. And so how is this all going to play when people are having to move, and how does this work from an urban perspective? Equally, migration leads to maladaptation. So what we're trying to do is support communities to adapt, but actually migration leads to maladaptation. And what we mean by that is that people who have the connectivity with their lands often are then going to have to move to urban environments or other areas. And with that movement, they lose the connection with the environment, and they lose the understanding and the connection and the rangeland, the sort of how do you rotate, how do you understand the ecosystems. But equally, what does it mean for communities moving onto one land from another land to another? and how does that work with minority clans? How does it work with the current clan conflicts? How do you actually sort of understand those dynamics? So really, but this maladaptation is equally, as communities move and have to move, and more people are moving. I think we have 4.8 million people now displaced in Somalia, and as part of that, they have to have their daily energy needs. So as part of daily energy needs, this is charcoal. So the cutting of trees is a key part of this. And as we all know, charcoal leads then to creating charcoal leads to cutting of trees, and that then leads to deforestation, land degradation, and it leads to a lot more of this soil erosion, which is then causing these gullies. So Somalia now is, in a lot of places, is very deserted. It has big gullies, so that means the water hits and it runs off into these gullies, and none of the nutrients is then staying in the earth, and it's creating more and more of this land degradation. But it also on this pathway, we're also recognizing that this is also going to lead to transnational and international insecurity, as more and more community members are in search of livelihoods or in search of moving to areas that are more secure, and that means that migration to neighboring countries as well as international migration will increase. So this also then becomes an international security risk for European and other international countries, as more and more people will be moving away and trying to search for areas where they can make livelihoods. The third pathway is the interesting one, is around armed actors. So how, in this case, Al-Shabaab mainly, but a lot of the other actors are also being able to provide legitimacy over land and water, and they can actually provide services to communities. So, and this is around environmental governance. So how the government, because they don't hold most of the rural areas, Al-Shabaab hold those rural areas, and they can provide swift justice, but they can also provide services to community, and that provides the legitimacy. And so we need to really understand, how do we break up some of that legitimacy by trying to support government and governance services to provide environmental governance. And this is where we're starting to work with the police. We're starting to look with local clan systems around how can you build environmental governance at that local level, to try to reduce some of the legitimacy and reliance on Al-Shabaab services. The other part of this is that taxation. So Al-Shabaab obviously tax a lot of transit goods and businesses, and they have a very large income revenue process through that. And so as part of that, they also tax natural resources such as charcoal, sugar, and in some places they're now taxing some of the water trucking. So as humanitarians have to truck water in and out, there is then taxation as part of that. So this is around the policing and understanding of how natural resources are being used, and how do we try to disrupt that as part of the fight against Al-Shabaab. But equally, as military and stabilization actors are trying to defeat Al-Shabaab, there's a lot of cutting of trees, and bush clearance. And so I think there needs to be a realization by military and other actors around the importance of protecting the environmental parts, not just the physical part. So when the Somali National Army or police go in to an area and then they liberate the area, then often the first areas of control are building some of the roads and those things, rather than thinking around some of the natural resources and using the fact that we want to have long-term stability in those areas. We need to ensure that there are trees and bushes and vegetation, because then people rely on that helps the soil, that keeps the whole sort of system going and allows the stability and the development process to begin. If it's all cut down very, very quickly, there won't be the resources and people will have to move, or Al-Shabaab can provide the governance systems quite quickly. So as part of this, we are also noting that Al-Shabaab also pollute water wells. They are breaking riverbanks. They are breaking canals. They're sort of disrupting some of the natural resources and control mechanisms. So I think that understanding that is key. And as part of that is also, how do we help military planners to think about the natural resources as part of this process. And obviously a lot of the lack of opportunity and the fact that it's a very, very young population. How do you provide opportunities, alternatives for jobs, because Al-Shabaab offer an alternative, and so this how do you try to reduce radicalization and recruitment in those areas, specifically when there aren't any other options around livelihoods. So trying to understand those pathways as well. And the last one is really around political elites, how often community engagement and clan localized discussions can work, and there is peace building processes through that, but often it's this political elite at the sort of high levels of the clans or high level of political that often then can take often the financing. And so what we also have to recognize is climate financing and other big investments. How do we reduce this political elite that often can lead to sort of an imbalance in the needs versus the funding. And this is where how do we make sure that climate financing actually gets to the really important local level and the most needy. So some of the stuff we're doing in Somalia, we're now trying to do this stuff on environmental hotspotting. So we have this project called Strata, which can overlay. So the top right is around environmental climate-related stresses in the year between 2021 and 2022. So you can actually see now hotspotting where the climate stresses are, and these are stresses including cyclones, winds, floods, droughts. And so they sort of rank those and then come up with this sort of hotspots of environmental stresses. And on top of that, what we can do at the bottom left is actually then start looking at the conflict events. So in the same period, we can highlight where all the conflict hotspots have been over the past year. And in the bottom right, we can then start highlighting where the overlay of conflict and environmental stresses are. And we use this now to try to help with the prioritization, both from the political, but also from the stabilization, the military and the development thinking. And as Louise was saying, it's about how do we prioritize the resources into those areas to make gains around peace building, make gains around humanitarian responses, as well as then trying to really develop and put development thinking in those areas, because those are the sort of key areas that also people are moving towards as well. But this is just a sort of a UNEP FAO tool, Strata, but there's also a lot of other tools out there, like Crisis Group have an EARTH platform, GIST, which I'll come to in a minute, has a human ecology tracking tool, and UNDP now has this conflict navigator tool. So we're trying to think about how do we merge some of these data, both for military planning, but also for political engagement, but also from development and governmental prioritization pieces. So just going into further depth, we go right down to Galmudug, which is one of the states in Somalia. We've mapped out all the water points across the whole state. And from those water points, we can then also look at where the clan dynamics are. So we can see where the pastoralists are moving from and to, and where the sort of clan boundaries are. And from that, we can then overlay all of them, and we can actually see where the flashpoints are, and how the clan dynamics link with the water points and where the main conflict hotspots are. So from those conflict hotspots, we can then prioritize interventions to try to reduce some of the tensions over natural resources. And actually, we can see more and more throughout this hotspotting of this is that actually, and with the UNDP Navigator that just did a piece a couple of months ago, that 80% of all conflicts across the country are linked to natural resources. So actually the changes in, so there are long-standing feuds and conflicts, and obviously there's conflict relates to everything from blood feuds to history to religion to, there's a whole list of what happens in conflict. However, what we're understanding now is that actually the rises in tensions and the changes in dynamics actually happen often over natural resources. And so it's things like young men going out to the fields and then grazing their camels, and then another male man with his camel come along, and then they happen to be grazing in the same area, but they're in different clan dynamics, and so they end up then having a competition. They end up fighting or shooting one another. So it's these sort of dynamics that we're trying to figure out. It's the same with water and water collections. So trying to understand those water collections, where the hotspots are and where the conflict points are, that allows us to then intervene in those areas. So this, even going even further, what we managed to do with GIST and IOM is we can highlight where people, this is mainly on the pastoralist side, and we're still trying to understand and more on the agricultural side, but on the pastoralism side, what we can see is using soil moisture content is we can actually see now using satellite imagery where the dry lands are compared to where the green, where the more moist areas are. And so with the dry land areas, we can actually see where herders are moving from and to, and often herders are moving away from where the dry areas, and that does make sense, right? So if you want to move your cattle, or goats, or camels, or whatever to graze, you go to areas where there's more soil moisture, where there's more grass, where there's going to be more growth. So we can actually now track soil moisture and sort of look at where people are moving to. From that, we can actually start seeing, if you overlay the one on the bottom left, we can overlay the clan boundaries, and we can actually overlay the hotspots of conflict, and we can see the soil moisture. And actually we can see that, soil moisture is, if we look at geospatial differences in soil moisture content over the same time period, we can see that soil moisture content gives a clear signal of conflict. And so the effect is definitely multiplied or amplified when you match the clan boundaries. And on the right, you can see that the conflict rose in each of these year points when the soil moisture content was high, was about to drop in certain areas. So you can now map out where soil moisture content and boundaries and where the likely conflict is going to be. So once we've done that, then we start with the community dialogue sessions, environmental mediation and peace building. So this is bringing farmers and clans together to start talking about environmental peace building. First of all, it's understanding climate change, understanding the future, and then trying to bring the clans together to recognize that, yes, we may have a long history of conflict, we may have a long history of competition, but what we can use is try to use climate change climate change as the protagonist, rather than look at the historical thing, because often clans don't want to come together because of the historical grievances, the outstanding debts. There's a lot of things like that. So I think what we're trying to recognize is that there's a lot of stuff that we can now do to try to bring people together on an environmental perspective rather than on a political basis. And so there is now more and more on this. We have an environmental peace building online library. There's actually quite a lot of different tools and things around environmental peace building. And once we've done the peace building, we now start looking at nature-based solutions. So there's a lot of pieces around how do you actually do nature-based solutions. We have a catalogue on actual tested science-based different types of interventions. And through that, we can actually now start doing some interventions with those communities. And IOM have this match funding approach where you can actually, IOM will contribute first, but the diaspora from abroad as well as the community can raise funds to match some of these to try to come up with some of these solutions. So, for example, if there is grazing land, can we go and graze the camels together but not have the guns with us? Can we then, while we're doing one area, can we restore using nature-based stations some of the other grazing lands? Can we do some water catchment and water storage programs that's combined, and then a sort of agreement over the natural resource sharing? So these are the sort of things we're trialing out, and we have nature-based solutions. So there's a lot of work that's going on there. So this is my last slide. So the main approaches is really around, first of all, we're doing a lot of mainstreaming and understanding. So a lot of this climate vulnerability assessments. So we work with the World Bank, other development departments on trying to get this climate vulnerability piece instigated in all the other parts of development sectors. Second part is around this political analysis of climate impacts and competition of resources. So there is this UNDP conflict navigator, strata for hotspotting, but also there's also future analysis now looking at forecasting and using that all around prioritization. And we're doing something now around the forward operating base. So as the UN is being asked to draw down, and same with the AU forces and the handover to Somali security forces, we're also trying to make sure that there is an understanding around where these hotspots on environmental conflict and environmental vulnerability will overlay with where those forward operating bases are going to be handed over or not. So a lot of that stuff is helping this prioritization and political analysis as well. But we're also trying to, some of these data tools and other things, we're trying to build that into some of the military planning, but also some of the political and UN databases, like the Joint Operational Command, making sure they understand also the climate projections. So the operational Black Line last year wasn't as successful as it could have been because of the El Nino floods. However, we did know they were coming. So how do we build the supply chain planning, or military planning piece to ensure that weather and forecasting is included? We are now we've got some big, large integrated programs like the Johar Stream Reservoir, which is also including of the Danish Forging a Greener Peace program and also the Danish funded Transboundary program. So these are sort of the Danish Forging Greener Peace is a climate security program with UNEP, IOM, and Berghoff, and it's a great program that really tries to look at this community peace-building approach and climate security action plans, and how do we build that with this sort of wider governance approach at the local level, as well as trying to think around the implementation of some of these some nature-based solutions, as well as some of the governance at the wider level, and how do you bring clans, government together to try to help implement some of these community action plans. And then we're also going to link to this future transboundary program the Danish are also supporting, which looks at the transboundary discussions of water, because obviously the Shebelle and the Juva both flow from Ethiopia. So we need to think about, how do we integrate and engage across countries on these as well. But we're also doing mediation and nature-based solutions approaches, as I mentioned before, and we're now looking at doing that in some of these bigger bigger conflict areas like Lassanod and the sort of Puntland, Somaliland negotiations and discussions. And then finally, we're doing a lot of work around capacity building on government systems and trying to increase access to climate finance. And I know it's one of the topics today. But we actually do have, we had the GCF visiting a couple of months ago, and they have committed 100 million to Somalia. And we are now trying to figuring out how do we ensure the government systems, but equally the development partners and the people implementing these programs are linking the programmatic approaches to the priority needs of both the government, but also the adaptation needs. So there's a lot going on. I think there is finance flowing. We just need to make sure it's done properly, and we need to keep that going. And we need to make sure that GCF and other vertical funds recognise the importance of implementing in fragile states. But equally, I think we need to have this really integrated, coordinated approach that we're trying to do. But I'll stop there and look forward to the any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christophe, for taking us through all of the work that you're doing on your side, and some data on the situation in Somalia as well. And we're going to have some rounds of questions for Louise and Christophe now. I don't know if you want to sit over there. And then we're just going to end off with bringing some of the previous panelists up and seeing if there are some final sort of cross-cutting questions, because there are definitely linkages to what we talked about this morning and what we've talked about in relation to Myanmar and Somalia as well. But let's start by opening up the floor for any questions. And obviously our online participants are also very welcome to pose questions in Slido, if they have any. Yeah. If no, yes, there is Suzanne, and welcome, Suzanne.
My name is Suzanne Kemble. I'm an independent consultant working mainly on Myanmar. So to Christophe, thank you for a very fascinating presentation, especially on how you're using data. I'm curious as to what extent are local organizations involved? We saw the community consultations that you're doing, but it sounded like that was sort of UN initiated. So to what extent is there opportunities for it being locally led over time? Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you want me to answer that straight away, or should we take some questions?
See if there's any other questions. Yeah, there's another one there. I also have one, so let's just collect those three. Justine?
Thanks. That was a really, really interesting panel. I guess I'm wondering, both, I guess, to what Louise was saying, but also your own presentation, Chris. Like, are there conversations about trying to shift funding into Somaliland, for example? But also I'm wondering if there are any conversations about how you can think about working in territories controlled by Al-Shabaab. I know it's incredibly controversial and politically sensitive, but given we know that humanitarian organizations have access, I'm wondering if you can if there's been conversations about leveraging those, I guess, access points for also climate action.
Thank you so much, Justine. Actually, my question was a little bit related because, and let me just add to what Justine was asking, and obviously both of her and I are coming from a Myanmar context where, you know, we've been arguing in the previous panel that yes, we can actually, through civil society organizations, work with at least those non-state armed organizations that have state-like setups and that are actually working on climate and environmental issues. But from your talk, that seems to be, in the case of Al-Shabaab, almost an impossibility, and that the task there is, when we're talking about integrating climate change support and peace building, that is like peace building linked to these more micro clan conflicts. It's not peace building in thinking about the Somalia government and Al-Shabaab, or even Somalia government and Somaliland and some of the other fractions. Are we only talking about peace building at this very local level, like conflicts over grazing lands and water boreholes? Or is there also, or could there be at some point a momentum in thinking about climate security and peace, or climate peace and security linked to the bigger picture of tensions and conflict? So I'll pass the word to you, Christophe.
Brilliant. Thank you for the questions. And I think, you know, interestingly, well, yeah, let me try to take each one. So in terms of local organizations engaged, yes, I mean, it's very much, we work through local NGOs and local CSOs for some of this peace building piece. So the Forging Grainer piece does work with Berghoff, who has excellent works with Insider Peace Network. So it's very much local CSOs and local organizations. So the grassroots stuff is very much, and the local community piece is very much led through CSOs and NGOs and local organizations. So yes, that happens a lot. I think that you know, equally with some of the capacity building and support on things like water governance and stuff, we work through larger NGOs and others that are Somali owned and run. So, for example, yeah, we work with this organization called RAGSAN on water governance at both the state and the national level. And so that's I hope that answered that question, that yes, we do work quite a lot with local organizations. And I think part of this is also building, you know, building capacity, building ownership and doing that. But part of that is also, you know, building up those capacities. As I was mentioning before, it's about building environmental governance and the capacities around environmental governance that can offer those solutions against Al-Shabaab. And I think that's where we've got to build government and governance capacities within the structures. And that can be hard with a lack of resources, but it is something that's really important to do. In terms of working in AS controlled areas for climate programming, I think that, you know, the official line is we don't work with Al-Shabaab, and there's no sort of links with that. So it is very much through the government we work, and CSOs and NGOs, and, you know, with communities. However, I think that there is often you know, the ability to leverage, as you were saying, from humanitarians and organizations like IOM, FAO, other dual mandated organizations do have access. And I think it is important both to have a sort of hard line around trying to defeat and have a military game, but I also think equally it's important to work at the community level and work within the realities of that community. And so it does become a bit more fluid and less structured. I also think that it's harder to, but when we talk about Al-Shabaab or militant group or armed actors, I think it's harder at the local level, community level, to just really see it as a simple organizational structure. I think it's integrated, it's much more complicated, there's many more sort of facets to it. And so really working in those gray areas is important, because that's where we're going to try to work on adaptation, climate financing, building resilience. And then once you've done that, it's also that sort of economic development that will happen. And that's when you start having that sort of more, better argument about sort of beating Al-Shabaab and the moral sort of discussion as well. And then you have less recruitment, obviously, and there's more finances and more resources. So I think it's an important part, but officially no. But I think that, you know, we definitely have to, and I think it has to be much more willing to work in the grey areas. And in terms of like whether it's peace building at the sort of local level to the national level, one of the things that is key here is that we are trialing this at the local level, but actually the conflicts and the sparks of competition, those sort of things lead very much into the national discussion and conflicts, and actually the clan dynamics and how that all works is very key. And so one of the things we're really trying to look at is that how do you look at the national clan, but also political dynamics based on this whole resource question as well. So some of the stuff we are doing is actually the conflict resolution and peace building between clans, but also ministries, and how the competition of resources happen and how that's working at the national, but equally between, say, Puntland now that is sort of pulling out of the NECC process. Or not pulling out, but not as engaged in the sort of the discussions around some of the wider federal questions. But equally, you know, as many people know at the moment, the discussions with Somaliland and the MOU discussions, they're ongoing, but a lot of these are around tensions of natural resources. And I think there's a realization there that we can do a lot of building some of this trust, both at the national and transnational level. And with the Office of the Special Horn and this new transboundary program, we are going to be looking at these relationships between Ethiopia, Somalia, between Somalia, Kenya, you know, some of these areas like the Mandera Triangle, and trying to use those as a leverage point to sort of build trust, build peace, trying to get some development going and programming. So yeah, we are trying to look at that at the same time as well.
Excellent.
Over.
Thank you so much for your comprehensive answer. Louisa, can I give you the chance to also respond, maybe on the Somaliland?
Yeah, sure. I could also just quickly like maybe add to this from like local level to national level question also, because I think, I mean, there is definitely the link, as Chris was just saying, and there is also maybe sometimes where it's not necessarily like the high politics, but still stuff that supports on an like by engaging ministries and so on, that supports better resource management. I was also talking to the advisor in UNMISS in South Sudan, where he talked about how some of these, local level peace dialogues related to resource management, how insights from that, and there's a lot of like questions of pastoralism, how land resources and so on, and feeding insights from these dialogues up at the ministerial level to simply sort of step up the support for the pastoral system, right? And pastoral livelihoods. So that's like, and I think that's also an important point to also, we can look at how like, conflicts over resource management, how it feeds conflict, but we can also look at how when we improve conditions for better resource management, how that is feeding into peace, right? So like the positive way around, so to say. And in terms of Somaliland, I mean, it's not sort of my key area, right? But finance is coming to Somaliland, but typically it's going through Somalia. And that means that, of course, like often the agendas and the kind of modalities, how it will be used is defined there. And I just hear from people, colleagues working in Somaliland, that they're like, yeah, but it's different here. That was what we talked about earlier today also, right? That, you know, like even in close proximity, there can be quite some differences. So what is needed in Somalia, what you might prioritize there is not necessarily the same as in Somaliland. So I just hear the frustration sometimes also from aid workers and so on being in Somaliland saying, well, it's something else we would actually like to do here, but it's already defined in particular ways. So yeah. Then I also have one question to Chris, if I may. Yeah. So that's just about this question of if we do see a shift in peacekeeping where we see these big missions being drawn down, and we see more like sort of smaller political missions, we see maybe ad hoc coalitions and so on. Like, I was just wondering, how attached is the work that you are doing to this and the access and so on to UNSOM and sort of the mission? Can we, like, how do we, now this is a political mission, that's maybe, but at least in terms of peacekeeping missions, we also saw with Mali, right? Like suddenly the whole like presence is not there anymore. Like, so these changes, what does that mean in terms of this climate, peace and security agenda? How to pursue that?
So I think it's a good question. I think ultimately what's going to happen is that for example, in Somalia, I think what's going to happen is there's going to be a drawdown, but then there will be a move to a UN country team sort of things. And then so likely that sort of political engagement plus the climate, peace and security thing will be done through the UN teams. And so I think that's probably what I see as the trend, is likely that they'll move towards more of but that's on the political side. I think if we talk like something like UNMISS, where you've got the peacekeeping side, I think that this more sort of peacekeeping delivery of services from a peacekeeping harder type question. I think that those hopefully will continue in some ways, but then I think that the climate security question and approach will always just migrate slightly into this sort of country team UN piece. But I think the idea of climate peace security is to try to mainstream that across both all the nexus pieces. So whenever we're delivering humanitarian, we've got to think about what is the environmental impacts. What do we do about humanitarian provisions? How do you do short-term resilience building for communities, so that we don't lead into this short-term approach, but equally peace building and development has to have this thinking around climate, peace and security. So that's why there's a real collaborated eventually. So my theory is that whether there will be quick startup or drawdowns or changes, as long as it's mainstreamed and thought about around specifically thinking about the future, and what does that mean for provision of services, then I think it will always find a place either in the country team or a peacekeeping or a political mission. Evan.
Thank you so much. I have a couple of more questions. One is actually an online question. I'll just give you both of them after each other. So the online question is the proposed interventions in Somalia, like the Green Climate Fund, the $100 million that you mentioned before, but also the NAP, how conflict sensitive do you really think they are? So that's the one question. And then I have one question here, Kimi, in the floor.
Thanks. I think it's to Christoph. My name is Kimi, and I'm from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I think it's impressive. I don't know whether I heard right, but impressive if you've been doing this for 4 years in Somalia. So my question is, it's not maybe really a question, but it's a wish. If you could share with us, I mean, from the seat where you're sitting and the experience that you've accumulated over those years, what would you say the thing that you would be kind of very happy about or proud about in terms of things that you've achieved from where you're sitting, and the things that you're grappling most with? That would be interesting to hear. Thanks.
Great. So, I mean, I think that is that okay if I just do those two?
Please go ahead. We have another one coming up next, but please do those two. They're quite comprehensive, I guess.
So in terms of the 100 million dedicated to Somalia this year, the theory is yes, very much that they are conflict sensitive. I think that the two big programs, there's a 70 million FAO program and a 40 million FDP program, as far as I'm aware, that will go through in October, and then DIIS by the end of the year. The theory is that in the design they have a very conflict sensitive piece, but I always find it, how do you ensure that conflict sensitivity works between the actual piece on the paper and the design and the actual start out and the actual delivery of the program? So I think that there will have to be a continuous monitoring of that. But FAO do a lot of work on conflict and conflict mitigation, and they understand conflicts, and there is a lot of pre-work that has to be done in terms of context analysis, the sort of political analysis and those sort of things. So a lot of that work is being done already, and they do have a lot of sensitive of that. So I would say yes, but I think that GCF itself probably needs to have more of the inbuilt understanding of conflict sensitivity and how do you actually deliver programs. Because I mean, this is at a wider problem of, I think, with GCF, is that there's not yet sort of the capacities and the understanding and then the sort of delivery mechanisms in GCF to try to think about fragility and fragile states. So I think one of the things definitely advocate is trying to get more of that capacity in the GCF piece. I think the other part to this is, so I hope that answered that question. I think to Kimmy's question, I think I'm sort of most proud about the fact that, the president and the government, two top priorities are climate and security, so defeating al-Shabaab and trying to help with climate resilience. So a lot of that is around my mainstreaming advocacy and trying to move it around. So I think that's one sort of thing, although you can't sort of, allocate it directly to me, but I think, making sure that the agenda is very, very clearly there, everybody recognizes it, is important, is really good. I think, with the 100 million of GCF, I think that we've got now a lot more systems in place. I think that people are understanding the pathways. Military planners are coming for advice. We're talking a lot to the Office of National Security. We've got state and national security plans, all with the climate sort of sensitivity piece. A lot of that is really, really, I think, very successful. I think some of the things that we've been grappling most with is around how do you actually deliver this, and how do you deliver it with resources and time. I mean, I've struggled with trying to get enough budget and people involved. So I think part of this is around how do you actually develop the capacities and the ability to deliver and then scale up some of those interventions. So I think we're still, we only really have 2 programs at the moment on climate, peace and security, or one finished, and now the Danish program. So how do we actually have more of those? And so that's the sort of thing I've been grappling with. Eva?
Do you want to comment on any of that, Louisa, or can I take the next question?
Just take the next question.
Harriet, you had a hand up. Oh, it's already been answered, yeah. Do you have any other questions? Yeah, we have one at the back there.
Thank you very much. My name is Alma Garcia. I work for Dan Church Aid. And my question is related to the access to climate finance. Do you see any window of opportunity now with the loss and damage fund mechanism being designed? Do you think there is a window of opportunity for to getting more finance directly linked to the local implementation? And also maybe related a bit to this, I guess this requires a lot of evidence generated in the pathways linking climate and conflict, and maybe also linked to what you were just mentioning. How do you see in the context of Somalia working with the local institutions and strengthening capacities for doing this research at the local level? Yeah, thanks.
Any other pressing questions? So let me just shoot one at both of you, and I guess we could direct that at Myanmar as well. But now we are talking about Somalia. So some of us here are researchers, right? What's the pressing research needs right now in the context of Somalia to sort of support and move forward some of these issues that we've been talking about? Or is there sort of sufficient knowledge? I mean, you did the different kinds of mapping, right? But I'm also thinking not only in terms of quantitative research, but also qualitative research. I'm very interested to hear what your responses would be to that. So if there are no other questions, let's take those two.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, to the first question, I think that, I mean, first of all, there is a lot of questioning around the vertical funds and the 100 million and whether this is actually any new money. So a lot of people are talking about the fact that the loss and damage fund is just, and a lot of the vertical funds are just a reallocation or redistribution of funds. So we need to be careful about the fact that we sort of expect that there is a whole new set of funds coming through the loss and damage process. I think that you know, we're actually seeing quite a big drop in humanitarian funding in Somalia. Last year was $2.4 billion, and I think, you know, this year is going to be quite almost half of that. So that decrease in humanitarian, you know, part of this is also the fact that globally there's a sort of slowdown financially for multilateralism and funding into areas. But then, you know, what does this mean for climate financing? And I think that, you know, GCF is getting more and more money, and some of the climate financing is increasing. But, you know, to what extent is that just reshuffling money? But in terms of the loss and damage specifically, I think that one of the questions is, as far as I understand the loss and damage process, I think it will provide some sort of way of working, and we are already now doing this post-disaster need assessment tools and processes where you do have a rapid response mechanism where you can measure the damage and then use that to try to then work through this loss and damage process. However, I do think it might take a long time. I think that they'll add you know, complexities, because we already have 3 of these vertical funds. We have you know, joint fund of bilateral donors in Somalia. We have, you know, this loss and damage process now, and then the question is, how do we actually work through country systems? And what we really should be doing is saying, okay, a lot of this climate financing, loss and damage piece really go through the Ministry of Finance on budget, and so it's managed much more from a central perspective. So I think there is a risk. I think there's a great opportunity, but I think there's also a risk of the fact that this can cause fragmentation and competition of resources as well. So I hope that answered the question. I mean, there are now more and more of these locale type UNCDF programs that are providing insurance-based type financing on climate disasters to communities, and so that is working a bit. But again, it's about how do you scale that up, and is that the one way to do it, or do you try to have a multi-type approach to programming, specifically when what's really needed is reforestation, restoration, and protection of ecosystems. So I hope that answered that question. And in terms of research, one of the big things is around, I think we have some data, and we've done a lot with Cyprian. I don't know if Florian's in the room there, around how do we actually understand some of these climate, peace and security approaches. And we have some sort of research from both the qualitative and the quantitative piece on pieces. But I do think a lot more needs to be done on types of interventions, what works, what doesn't work, how do we actually do the peace building at the community, the plan, the intergovernmental, the state, the federal, the international sort of peace building, the different dynamics of that peace building that we need to do, and how does that all feed into this process of the wider state building approach. So I think more qualitative and more quantitative research is needed, but more specifically around what can be done, what are the types of intervention, what's still needed, where are the gaps, would be really useful. The other part of this, I think there's quite a light touch research on climate women, peace and security. So how do you merge the women, peace and security agenda with the climate agenda, and thinking around how do you actually work through women and women's groups to try to affect change, specifically on peace building and what type of interventions work, specifically in a context such as Somalia that is quite complicated for women to operate in. And then equally, how does the sort of gender toxic masculinity debate play into this climate security, specifically around men's insecurity, losing, how men can lose, livelihoods and ways of, and sort of, future security. And so what does that mean for, climate, for move towards a right or fundamentalism or toxic masculinity, and how do we play that all into this question of Al-Shabaab and militant groups, but also around governance and competition of resources. So I think there's quite a lot of more research that needs to be done on that. But equally, I think we also shouldn't say that, a lot of people are trying to find this golden bullet or silver bullet between and a quantitative link between climate and conflict. And I don't think we should go there, and we should sort of move away from that. So I think it really should be a much more nuanced, localized understanding of what type of interventions, what do we need to do, how do we scale those up, and trying to do that. I hope that answered the question.
That was a great answer. Thank you so much. Louisa, I also want to give you a chance to...
maybe I'll just talk to that question about data and knowledge, exactly. What is needed, right? Exactly. I mean, definitely it relates very much to this kind of like, if we want to take this localization agenda serious, of course, you really need to know contextual factors of what is needed, right? What is relevant. And I think there's still a long way to go there quite often. I think for me, I mean, this may be a bit nerdy now, but with this project that I'm doing in Somaliland on pastoralism, it was just striking to see how important that livelihood system is and how marginalized it is politically, in terms of it's just not given that much attention necessarily, right? And I think there's also something about that there's still this kind of legacies of interveners also having a particular idea about what should happen, right? Like, again, it's kind of a new area for me, but I could sort of see a lot of focus on, for example, crop production and the land then being used to crop production. The thinking of what a political community is very much often like thought of in this kind of territorially fixed way, whereas pastoralists are moving. It's a different way of using land, and that needs focus on rangeland management, right? And that's just, so that's sort of like one of the project findings that needs a lot more focus, and that is like a contextual factor, right? That it is, so it's just to give sort of one example that for myself at least have been an eye-opener for something where more knowledge about how to do that is needed, yet a lot of let's do crop production, let's use the land here for that, right? So those kind of, and that might be different in other places, but just to say, yes, I think for the localization agenda, more detailed data and really sort of, and that also links to actually building partnerships, right? Building strong partnerships with both regional organizations, local organizations, and so on. When I talked to IGAD, they were very quick in starting to mention pastoralists actually, and have this kind of long-standing knowledge on that specific area also, and had a lot of expertise to share there actually. So I think partnerships there is also one important aspect.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Louisa. The original idea at the beginning of today was to bring up all the panelists to have like kind of a cross-cutting discussion, but we went way over time with the two-country focus because there was so much to be discussed there. But I still would like to give the opportunity not to come up here, but just if some of the earlier panelists from this morning would like to come with like a last comment on also having heard these country cases, and if not, we'll leave it for our brains to digest the discussions that have been going on today. So I don't know if you, Catherine or Harriet or Florian, or would like to have or Paul, Sarah Paul, anything? No? Okay. So I think then we will end off early, and then people can do some informal chitter-chattering on their way out. Instead, we were supposed to finish at 4 p.m., but I could, of course, come with some kind of summary, but my brain is also a bit tired now after a whole day. But I do think that we've come through a lot of really important questions, like taking the broader discussion this morning on these challenges of global climate finance to conflict-affected areas and fragile states, and then bringing in the discussion, like focusing really on Somalia and Myanmar. And I think those two countries are really, in so many ways, very contrasting examples, but of course facing some of the similar challenges when we look at the global or international architecture around these issues, but really also pushing us to say that we really need to think very differently about different contexts in how we find solutions around these. That's a very simple way of putting a complex question. And now I'm very happy to see Thera Paul putting his hand up, because you must be able to testify that Somalia indeed is quite a different setup than in Myanmar, right?
Yeah, different, like you share this morning, the differences and the commonality, right? The thing. But I think I would like to stress a little bit on the research and getting to understand the local context and and how the intervention should be conducted or funding should be supported. Even that is a big question, is how a research team or a researcher conduct research, right? I mean, my experience once we approached a donor, it's kind of international supporting indigenous people initiatives regarding land tenure, security, all this thing. And then usually before they provide funding, they hire a consultant to do the assessment or research and something like that in such a conflict situation like Burma, Myanmar. And then I didn't know how did they organize it, and later I said, oh, Burma is too complex, like we shouldn't not invest in but I never talked to this person and how did they do the research and methodology, right? It should go out to the communities and interview, or at least talk to people on the ground, right? Like they're using. So in that case, even you have a researcher, it doesn't do any good to really have an impact on how you rethink the way you do project intervention or support. So there is a big gap between that for me. I think researchers and even the local stakeholders that we really kind of provide information. So I was wondering how like we can overcome that, because the donors always of course they cannot know everything. Like you mentioned this morning, there are so many projects. How can you understand? So and then how do we have a local or even NGOs that work in between that really make sure that they support or they kind of distribute or disperse the funding fairly across the country. So it's so difficult. So I was wondering if is there any other mechanism, like we set up a sort of a trust fund or something like that have the a group of people who are expert and who really know a lot about the country situations and make decision about how resources should be used. I don't know how possible in that sense. My question is.
I think it's an excellent proposal, but I'm probably not the best one to answer that question. I think we've talked a little bit about it in our policy brief, right? That there should be like more country-specific focal points around the channeling of these kinds of, even if it's global funds, because there is really need for that kind of in-depth knowledge. So not just cross-sectorial, but also really understanding the context. I think in regards to the research, it is extremely difficult, and that is one of the challenges. It is really, really difficult to conduct like in-depth quality research in conflict-affected areas. And I think by default, one of the positive outcomes of it being so difficult is that we are forced to co-produce knowledge, as we say, which is exactly working with organizations that are on the ground. So actually this kind of extractive research that you are kind of referring to, which can happen in stable context, is really, really difficult in conflict context. So by default, that's one of the positive outcomes, but it also means that much less research is being produced, right? So of course, there's now all this new technology for satellite imagery and that you can play around with and use, but the kinds of like qualitative interviews and conversations, understanding local perceptions and needs, and that still needs to have a qualitative research approach in my view, at least. And that does require that researchers can't do the research by themselves. They have to really work together with local organizations and researchers and community researchers, as we call them in our project. So yeah. Anybody else would like to say something to what Zeta Paul has said, or otherwise I think we'll close for the day. Yeah. Thank you, Christophe, also for being with us all the way from Somalia. We were hoping you would be here physically. We owe you a dinner for another time. But we'll be in contact, and I know you have close collaboration with Louise as well, and so please stay well. And I also want to say thank you again to all the previous panelists and to our still very loyal audience. Some people have obviously left. We also expected that. And also thank you very, very much to our dedicated online audience. And I wish you all a safe trip back home, far and close by. So, yeah, thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks, everybody.